26 CHRS television event. We decided to rename it as TV Day this year to kind of take the lead from the Radio Day. That's such a big, successful event later this summer that all of you should come back and experience. Anyway, we've been doing this for quite a few years now. I'm Tom Albrecht. I've played sort of an informal role in helping to get these things organized now for quite a few years, along with quite a few other CHRS members who have been instrumental in making sure this event goes off without a hitch each year. And we've got a nice schedule of events for you today. Take a look up here. We'll spend a little moment on some news. Steve Cushman will be here in just a moment to talk about what he's got to say there. Then at 10:15, we'll spend a moment on introducing all of you. We're curious who you are and why you're here and all that stuff. Then at 11 o'clock, or 10:40, we've got live set demos. The first set, or the second set here, the Cuba Comet is here and ready to go. I don't think, for whatever reason, that Brian Cass's set is here at the moment. Oh, you're here. Okay, it's coming together. All right, so if that's ready to go in time, we will have both of those sets displayed at 10:40. And then at 11 o'clock is our first presentation. Chris here, who's busily working away to get some of his demos set up. You still got plenty of time, don't worry. We'll be back to talk all about laser discs and the development of those in the 1970s. Should be fun. I'll follow up on that with a presentation about this crazy TV you saw in the back here, the Cuba Comet. And then at 12:30, we'll have lunch. We suggest a $5 donation in the basket down there. That just pays the cost of it and makes it work well. It's the same lunch that our faithful CHRS volunteers eat on Saturdays. So you'll get a taste of that experience. They're good people. And then after lunch, we've got Richard Dean with quite a display of sets from his collection in Southern California. You will be impressed what all he has. And then at 2 o'clock, the challenges of TV collecting. Kevin is still coming. He's not here quite yet, but he said he would be here in the late morning, and we're looking forward to hearing from him on television camera collecting. And then John will be our anchor, and this is well worth waiting for, the final presentation on single tube color TV cameras. John always does a nice job on technical talks. We really learn a lot from what he has to say, so I'm looking forward to that as well. Okay, so with that, Steve, let's hand it over to you for sort of the latest news that you wanted to cover.
Okay. Good morning. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Steve Cushman. I served as president of this group for 27 years, and since we got an executive director, I'm now on the board of directors, and I've been the project manager for CHRS since 2003. Welcome. It's nice to see you all. It's nice to be able to represent radio with pictures. Recently, we have worked very closely over the years with NATAS, the National Academy of Television Arts and Sciences, with their local branch. And they had a vision of creating a television museum, which unfortunately never happened. But what they have been doing for many years is collecting broadcast equipment in storage lockers in San Mateo. Things change, executive directors changing, they're going a different direction. They needed to clean out all this equipment. So the word came up to us, and we put it out to members of the television collecting community here. And if you guys showed up and got some really nice artifacts, either that they took home for their own preservation, or as John selected a few things for CHRS, those things came to us. So in a moment, I'm going to give you the mic to these guys and let them talk a little bit, if they wish, about some of the artifacts that they got. But meanwhile, I've got a very short TV history story, and it takes we lost our little, we lost our foam. And this little television story has to do with when I first started working at KGO at Channel 7, ABC in San Francisco in 1977. And at that point, we had Ampex 1200 2-inch video tape recorders. And a few years before I got there, there had been a problem with KGO radio, with things that shouldn't have got on the air that did get on the air. So therefore, the 7-second delay was created for radio. But then when TV was live, like in the morning for the AM San Francisco show, they were kind of worried that the same thing would happen. So the way they did a video delay was they'd use 2 Ampex 1200 2-inch tape recorders. The first one would record, then the videotape would actually leave the machine and go up through a series of pulleys and rollers, then come back to a second machine for playback, and from there it was aired. And what I could show you is one of the rollers that videotape used to roll over to get from one machine to the next at KGO TV. And that's the way they were doing delays in the early 70s. So that's my little story. Glad you're here. Does anybody, John, do you want to say a couple of words about what you brought or what you got for yourself and from us? And Rob and Chris, if you get a chance, would like to say something.
Okay, thanks, Steve. NATIS, which stands for National Association of Radio and Television Sciences. The president of it in the Bay Area, his name is Daryl Compton. As Steve said, he wanted to make a museum. He's been collecting for at least 30 years. People give him all sorts of television artifacts, cameras, monitors, things like that. And so Daryl collected in 3 containers an amazing number of things. A lot of the stuff that came in also was documentation, tapes, videos, paper documentation for all of the television history that was collected. Dale found that he could not get that museum together, so he got in contact with us and said, "Come on down, boys, and just see what you can take. Anything is available to you, just take it." We went down there, we were really amazed at what we saw. We saw piles of monitors, black and white and color monitors. We saw piles of television cameras, mainly the smaller, what are called the ENG cameras, color cameras. There's one sitting right on that table, right next to that monitor right there, which I'm going to talk about this afternoon. It was a small Sony monitor. Some of these cameras were very top-of-the-line cameras, like Ikegami cameras, Sony cameras, other cameras. Another one of the cameras is a JVC camera. If you go downstairs to the TV area right now, you'll see that JVC camera. It's a big, ugly orange thing. It's a 3-tube Plumbicon camera that is feeding video to our head end downstairs. You can actually see it in operation. And then below that, underneath that camera, is a beautiful Houston Fearless pedestal, which we just brought back last week and got installed underneath that JVC camera. So there's many other things that have come through from us. We've got a number of video recorders, a number of helical 1-inch tape machines, 2-inch quad machines. And Rob, I don't know, do you want to say anything about those? You went away with a truckload, so if you'd like, you can come up and say something about that. But we're still going through all this stuff. Turns out that just about everything is repairable and operational after a little bit of work. So the preservation has been very good. A lot of that stuff will be coming through CHRS, for our own displays, or to sell to help pay the bill a little bit.
May I add one more thing?
Go ahead, Steve.
I'm going to add one more thing. The lockers are now empty. We took the last loads out of there, and there was still some gear left. So depending on what they do with that gear, I will let Tom know to pass that information to you if there's gear available. If anybody is looking for any professional video cassette recorders, they are there. There's U-matic, there's Betacam. So if you're looking for a deck, you want to do transfers, get in touch with us.
Well, let me say one thing about that. We still haven't decided. We did get a number of recorders, the helicals, the half-inch and the 1-inch. About 2 of those will wind up in an expanded TV area downstairs, and we haven't made the selection yet. So we'll take a look at it, decide whether we want them to go or keep, and then decide later what other ones we want to keep. I have 2 at home right now that I'm saving for CHRS, but these might even be better. So.
Rob, Chris, you want to say anything about the gear that you collected from this container?
Yeah, Rob and Chris were both there with us. Rob brought a truck. he took home a bit of a haul. Here you go, Rob.
Yeah, so I'm Rob Johnson. A lot of you guys know I ended up with the Jerry Grolke collection, so I've got a lot of TVs. But as we're talking about now, picked up a lot of this broadcast stuff. So we're going to actually try to do a room that's kind of like what they were envisioning, kind of doing a broadcast type room with, decks and editing stations and all that kind of stuff. So we took, I think John said, probably about a 16 or 20 foot truck's worth of stuff. So we got, I don't know, 4 or 5 like 2-inch machines, a couple of 1-inch machines. We got the film chain, which is a really nice thing. We're really interested in setting that up. And so all that stuff has been moved actually already. So we moved all this stuff to a place I have in Nevada right now, just because it's a little bit cheaper to store out there and set up. And then we're actually eventually going to set up a whole place out there. So, and that's going to be about an hour outside of Las Vegas. And so that's all there right now. It took us about 10 truckloads to move all the stuff. So it's going to be a pretty big thing when we're all done with it. But anyway, so yeah, that's about all. What did I say about it?
What kind of quad machines?
I'm sorry?
What kind of quad machines?
There were some Ampeg ones, and then there was a Sony, I think. But I think there were 2 Ampeg, I think.
I remember an Ampex and a Sony.
Yeah, with an Ampex and a Sony.
Yeah, an Ampex.
There were no RCA machines there.
No.
Just Ampex and Sony.
Yeah.
I never knew Sony made quad machines. Probably talking about
This is
1-inch.
this is a 1-inch Sony.
Yeah.
Type C format.
Yeah. Yeah, and there were some, we picked up some beta decks and some stuff like that. I'm interested in nonlinear editing. I mean, my experience, I've worked at Adobe and Apple, a couple of places. I've kind of been in the transition of analog to digital, but kind of on the digital side, working with, digital apps and stuff like that. So I'd like to set up, kind of a retro editing kind of environment where we can look at all that kind of stuff and, more historical stuff. So, but anyway, so that's my story. So.
Okay. I want to thank Rob and Chris and John, and also I want to thank those people for nice donations they made to CHRS in appreciation of the gear they took home. That always helps. And here's Chris Musselman, who's got a word or two to say.
Hi, my name's Chris Musselman. A lot of you probably have already seen me, and if you haven't, hello. I've been into TV collecting and other TV-related stuff since 1980. And yes, I worked with Tom and Steve and John and Rob and many others. And from this treasure trove, I think probably the coolest thing I brought home was a, it's a dud, it's burned out, but it is an iconoscope. So you probably, the cylinder, I think there's probably one in one of the cases here. But,
It was a 6.5-inch RCA 1850.
Yeah. And so it's, glass cylinder with the target for your video from your camera, and going down that way is the actual CRT part that got the yoke and the voltage and so on. So that and a couple of Betacam VCRs that are pretty beat up, but funny, shiny objects, and one of the little Philco Safari, that battery-powered TV set from like 1959, and a Sony little color TV set, and probably a few more things I've totally forgot. But lots of... You, yes. Okay, and anyway, thank you so much, and I will pass it to John. To John.
One of the things we brought back, you may remember that I had a presentation of the RCA TK76 color camera. That was the first camera that actually in 1976 was capable of full resolution color broadcasting with a what's called an ENG or a electronic news gathering camera. One of them came back in a suitcase, and it's sitting outside. It's in fair condition. Don't know anything about it, but it is a camera that I'm not going to even try to restore. And so it's something, we'll have it we'll have lunch. You can take a look at it. Anybody that wants to take it home and maybe give us a little green for it would be an interesting restoration camera for somebody who would like to take a shot at the famous RCA TK76. It's famous in the sense it was the first broadcast quality ENG camera that was available that supplanted and replaced all of the film cameras that the reporters used up until that time. RCA introduced it in the NAB convention in 1975. It was released in 1976. It sold like hotcakes at about $50,000 a unit back in 1976. So we have one here, condition unknown, but it's here and it's available.
All right, so that concludes our news items. And thanks a lot to this team. You're really doing something special for preserving that collection, which who knows what would have happened to it if this team didn't step in and take care of it. So that's good. All right, so next I'd like to spend just a short time on introductions of yourselves here. We're a little bit larger group this year, so we can't let you talk too much. So I'm going to ask you to kind of keep it down to less than 1 minute each. Just talk about who you are and what your interest in TVs is. If you want to mention what your career is, that's fine, but keep it short this year so that we don't run too long. Great to have so many people here this year. So I'm Tom Albrecht. I'm a research physicist. I work at a scientific instrument company in San Jose. Been collecting TVs since the 1990s, and I find it a very fascinating subject. So now this microphone won't be long enough to pass it around, so I'm going to ask you to just speak up. So let's start with you.
My name is Bruce Clements. I was a performer on radio from 1946 until 1948, and then on television at the Dumont Television Network in the East Coast for the year 48-49.
And where are you from?
New York City.
New York City. Fantastic to have you here. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Carol Fleming. I'm here entirely by accident, and I'm fascinated at the words you use and the concepts you're weaving, so I'll turn the mic over to you again.
Okay. Wes?
20 feet of wire on it.
20 feet. Okay, so we can go a ways here.
You could. I'm hooking up the wireless.
We don't have wireless?
Well, he's working on it. We'll keep using this until that becomes available. All right, Wes.
Hi, I'm Wesley Orr, and I've been involved with television most of my life. I kind of got started at a school district where we built a closed-circuit TV studio, all black and white, mostly vacuum tubes, in 1964. But I've worked at a Spanish language TV station in Hollywood, and I did summer relief at NBC Burbank and ABC Prospect and Talmadge. But today I'm with a group in Cupertino, a senior group that does productions. so I'm still kind of active. Not getting paid much for it, but
Great. Happy to have you here.
Hi, I'm Mary Orr. I'm Wes Orr's sister-in-law. I introduced him to this place on his 80th birthday in March. So we celebrated here, and this was fascinating. And I'm a graphic designer. I live here in Alameda. I've been here 41 years. And I just think places like this are great to capture history and create camaraderie.
John and Chris here next.
Oh, sorry.
Front, that's okay. Yeah, go ahead, Chris. Oh, we got the wireless. All right.
We have wireless. Therefore, I must have missed my turn to tell what I'm going to do. I'm going to do a demonstration and description of the entire process of the development of the laser optical video disc format, from its invention and especially through its seriously turbulent early days. And that's it.
Oh, you can't turn the gain up? You got to close socket? Okay, John Staples. I am a scientist. I've been a scientist at the Lawrence Berkeley Laboratory since 1971. I still have my office there. I design and make particle accelerators. My interest in television goes back to when I was a kid. The first time I saw a color TV set was, I think, probably before 1954, when I was in New York City and dropped in and saw the RCA demonstrations back then. And up till that point, I used to dream in black and white. And after I saw that, I started dreaming in color. And that is the truth. My specialty is cameras. I love the TV cameras. I love to restore them and make them work. There's one I will talk about later on this afternoon.
I'm Martha Luhrmann. I'm variously a physicist, an actress, and I've acted on TV. And I live in Oakland.
I am Gilles Vrignot. I'm part of the TV group here. I started TV about 60 years ago, servicing black and white TVs in Tasmania when the dinosaurs were still around. And I built the TV head end that's bringing you signals up here. I'm part of the TV group here.
I'm Joe Selcraig, and been with the club since the early 80s. I've always had an interest in television and CRT technology since I was a kid. I have 36 TVs and probably about 50 tech scopes, and just recently retired, and I'm loving it.
My name is Lyle Merrithew. I'm a viewer. We got our first TV when I was right after my 3rd birthday, so I grew up with television and was very interested in it. And when I was about 12, I was doing poorly in school, but I discovered the public library had lots of books on TVs and electronics, so I basically forced myself to learn to read so that I could read every book they had on the subject of TV, radio, and other electronics.
Hi, my name is Kurt Swanson, and I've spent a career designing electronics, mostly for missiles and satellites. And my interest in TV started when I was in elementary school, and somebody gave me a 10-inch Spartan television that had a CRT that pointed straight up, and you watched it through a mirror. Also, I put myself through college maintaining the transmitter for our local PBS station, KVIE in Sacramento. So I'm actually kind of a TV professional, I guess, too. And have been interested in TV, primarily in the receiving side, ever since.
My name is Fred Deal. Excuse the frog in my voice, little allergies. Anyway, I first television I saw when I was a kid in Oroville, I was probably 6 years old, and was sitting on a table in the people's living room, and I asked my mother, why is that picture so small? She says, I don't know. So from then on, and then they, not much further, probably about 2 years later, I asked them, I saw it in the closet. I said, can I have that television? They said, no. Typical answer. So anyway, after that, that started me on television, and I have 4 sets at home. And I'm a wind-up phonograph and a technician and mechanic, and I can repair televisions and stereos and early sets and radios and what have you. And so I've been a member of CHRS since 1983, and we used to have our meetings up in Sacramento at the park, and those were quite fun. So I really appreciate all you guys do here, and the CHRS is really fantastic, and I appreciate being a member. So thank you.
I'm Richard Dean. My collecting started about 1994 when I got transferred from California to Virginia when I was with 5EM, and I collected 100 sets in that time period, and I'm going to talk about that this afternoon, but that's about it.
I'm Ann Dean, I'm his wife. I've been going with him all over the country collecting these things, picking them up everywhere and anywhere that he can get them. We had them on eBay and all this stuff, but it's been quite an adventure, and we've had to move our house around so we can put his TVs in. We had to buy a house to put them in, and we had to get storage units and everything else. So it's been a real adventure.
Arthur Luhrman. I live in Oakland, and the opportunity came to have a band trip for a group of us to come over here and find out what it's all about. Personally, I grew up in the 30s and 40s. There was no television. We had a wind-up Victrola. That was about it. So, but I'm very curious about what you guys do, and I'm impressed with the pedigree of everyone who has spoken so far.
Hi, I'm Jim Fink. I live just down the street, so it's hard to avoid this place. But anyhow, I guess when I was in the 6th grade, I had a homeroom in the library of the school. And I was sitting next to all these books on magnetism and electricity, and they had this scanning this TV. These books were like 1927, and I got fascinated, and I built a receiver. I couldn't ever get the camera to work, but I had a receiver with an older electric, one of those, kits you build with your own stuff, and the punch holes in the tin, and I could get flashing lights on it, but I proceeded since then to get a little bit more advanced, but that's kind of what's going on here.
Hi, I'm Dave Taylor. I started off editing tape to tape in college and moved into digital nonlinear editing, and today I work at the Pacific Film Archive in Berkeley restoring video digitally. And, my, of course, love of television started also, like many of you folks, when I was a kid, having a little black and white 2-inch camping TV that took up my whole belly and sit on my chest. And as I laid in bed watching this 2-inch screen, I figured I couldn't get a big TV, so I'd move the TV closer. And so I had as big a TV as I wanted back then. Anyhow, I just a big fan of video in general. Happy to be here with you folks today.
My name is George Nobori, and I've been a spectator strictly of radio and television since 1948. So when my father purchased a 8-inch black and white television set for us, and so that started us from, in the interest, of course, of watching television. And from there, I just continue to be interested. I have stereophonic sound equipment, but that has nothing to do with TV. But that's as far as my electronic interest goes.
My name's Jim Silvis. I'm from Pittsburgh, the real Pittsburgh with an H. I'm a member of the Pittsburgh Antique Radio Society. My wife Cecilia is raised here in the area, but she's been back with me since 1971 in Pittsburgh, and we're here visiting. And the reason I'm here is because this is what it is. You know, I've been to hundreds of radio presentations, so this is kind of like a treat. It's something different for me. And then, you know, I'm like many of you where, you know, early childhood, I did not have TV. My first real super memory was my mother being on a quiz show in Pittsburgh in 1951, and she won. And my big memory at the time was that they asked her if she wanted to say hello to anybody, and she said, yes, I want to say hello to my brand new granddaughter. And she was sitting laying next to me in a crib, and I remember going over and kicking the crib because I was angry. But this is wonderful to be here. It's just like everybody here. I'm sure that there's a lot like me that did not have TV. You know, my first memories are sitting on a shelf as a little tiny guy listening to the Lone Ranger, you know, on a tiny Philco set. But it's great to be here. This is the only day we had to be here. We have some functions to do with family, so we're in town. I hope to come back again. Thank you.
Yeah, my name's Carl Reinke. I'm from Santa Clara, and basically I remember things like the Laserdisc. Probably the main reason I'm here today, because I want to see it demoed and everything. But I remember when that was like the neat thing for television, and I've always been fascinated by the neat things. And yeah, like right over there, somebody parked a handheld camcorder. I've always thought those things were amazing. You know, you got a whole camera in your hand like that, you know, and then when you sing that it came from like that, and then the bigger cameras before that, it's amazing how much progress there was in video.
Thanks. Hi, my name is Matt Allen. I have 4, 5 vintage TVs because I'd rather watch old movies from the 30s and 40s on my black and white sets than new stuff.
Hi, my name's Tom Johnson. I'm a mechanical engineer at Lawrence Berkeley Labs. I work with particle accelerators, similar to John. I don't have a collection of TVs of my own, but I do get to enjoy my brother's, Rob Johnson. So all of his stuff I get to enjoy on my own. It's very interesting.
Hey, good morning, everybody. A little bit loud there, huh? Let's see, I got my collection started back in elementary school. My grandmother gave me a GE, I think it was like a 12-inch set, and the smell and the warmth of it has got me hooked ever since. So I do have quite a collection of TVs and radios. My wife back here, Shannon, she puts up with me in that collection. My daughter, Shalene, she actually helped me restore one of my first sets, which was a Feda brand RCA 630 chassis clone. But anyways, I get the privilege of showing a pretty cool TV here a little bit later.
I'm Steve Summerstein. I'm a retired aerospace physicist from Lockheed and Harvard. I built part of the Hubble Space Telescope and the James Webb Space Telescope. I have instruments on both of them. And first time I encountered television was when I was on the Howdy Doody show in the 1950s. And my first television at home was a Dumont television combined with a record player, AM and FM radio. And I think it cost my family about $500 in the 1950s. And anyway, still working in physics, and let me hand it over to the next person.
I think that's everybody. Yeah. I think that's everybody.
Does anyone here know Cortlandt Street in New York? Yes. The home of so much technology, and I must say it helped me with my physics. And unfortunately, it's all gone because they built the World Trade Center right on top of Cortlandt, and that was the end of, surplus scientific instruments until I think they moved it to Canal Street. Not quite like Cortlandt, though.
Okay, well, a big welcome to all of you. It's wonderful to see that we have a number of visitors here from outside of our area today as well. So great to see that growth, and we're really privileged to have you here. Take time at lunch and linger afterwards. Undoubtedly, you've heard somebody tell a story here this morning that you thought sounded pretty interesting, so go talk to that person and learn more about it. That's one of the important things about this kind of event, is to make those connections. Okay. Well, at this point, we're going to move on to demonstrate a couple very special TVs that have been brought in today. The first one is one that belongs to Brian Cass back here. I'll bring the microphone back to you, and just tell us a little bit about this set and how you got it, and talk about that absolutely beautiful cabinet, which is coming soon, and things like that. Now, he's got a pre-war set that has a bright enough picture that you can see it here in the ambient lighting. So that is somewhat of a rarity. So.
Still bring it up on a very
Oh, sure. You treat it very gently. Okay, we see a little light there. All right, I'll turn it over to you to say what you like at this point.
Yeah, forgive the crudeness of this, but this is actually, I put this together in just like a couple hours yesterday. Like Tom was saying, I have a cabinet that was already beautiful, but it wasn't as nice as it should be for what this TV is. So this is 1939 Andrea brand television, the 1F5. There's not very many of these, and certainly not very many that that actually play.
What year did you say?
1939. So we'll let this get going there. It's only appropriate that we play a DVD from the 1939 World's Fair. In fact, there was a couple brands of TVs that were displayed at the 1939 World's Fair. This Andrea was, I read somewhere that it was also debuted at the World's Fair, but I have not found one shred of evidence of it yet.
With its spillway, companion buildings and hydroelectric power plants, providing power and light for hundreds of miles around.
Are you feeding this with a digital playback?
Yeah, I'm feeding it with a DVD player over here.
Without tedious travel, the advantages of living in a small town are within easy
It actually plays very well, has a good focus. Now this is film from 1939, which is not very clear to begin with.
Man has begun to win victory.
Is that 512 lines?
Yeah, it is. This is a new old stock original CRT. It's the 5AP4. 5AP4.
River on which it is situated and forming a gateway to the city.
So I am looking for an extra 5AP4, by the way, just to, as you can imagine.
From all the various converging motorways.
What kind of sound do you have? Do you slope it, I think, or do you actually have an FM?
Oh, the modulator?
The sound detection in the set.
Oh, it's FM. No, I didn't do any conversion, so I'm not super familiar with how this one works. I just know it works. Yeah, it is. It is.
So how do you get the output from the DVD into...
I just got an RF converter, and it just plays in there. Now, because I collect the Feta brand, which is later offshoot was the Andrea brand, I actually befriended the grandson of Frank Andrea, who started the Feta brand. And he has an original TV just like this, and it was my dream TV, and I wanted one so bad for years. And I just accidentally came across a guy who had this TV, and I paid a lot for it, but it's worth it. My wife about killed me when I told her how much I bought it for.
How many cities were broadcasting television?
There was only just a handful. It was very experimental. Television was only for a couple hours a day for a few days. This only has channel 1 and 2.
But
I'm sorry, what?
Were the sets able to interoperate at that? Or would
Oh, were they standardized?
RCA go to an RCA station?
No, I think in 1939 they were kind of standardizing it, if I recall.
Well, this has a standard frequency that they had solidified by then.
I believe so.
2, 3, 4, you know, starting at 90 megahertz going upwards, something, whatever it is.
Those are questions for Tom right there. He's the expert.
But yeah, some of the pre-war frequencies are close to the modern frequencies. So the sets will operate with modern signal sources.
Yeah.
It was only 100 megahertz.
But anyways, this is my baby. She plays, and I don't know if you guys have heard of Frederick Taylor out there in Texas. He does amazing museum quality restorations. In fact, I entrusted him to do my 621 TS. It came back absolutely beautiful. Looks brand new. So he did my cabinet, and it's in transit as we speak. I was really trying to have it here for you guys today. So anyways, I promised I'd bring this here, so I just threw this together. This is reminiscent of the kit. So you could buy in 1939 this chassis as a kit that you would assemble, and it had this faceplate that looks just like this. So anyways, I thought I would take the opportunity to show you what this would look like. I do have pictures you can check out later of what the cabinet used to look like. And then I've got some photos of what it looks like now, and it looks absolutely beautiful. It was re-veneered on the sides. It was a lot of work because this television, the original cabinet, was damaged on the corner. And the guy I bought it from, he did an attempt to restore it, and he did a pretty nice job. But now the cabinet is going to be probably better than new. But anyways, any questions? Is it? Yeah, I don't. Tom would.
Yeah, it would have been for 441 lines.
441?
Yep. But those still operate pretty well with the 525 line standard.
Yeah, I didn't have to have
right
a line.
here. So wonderful. Thank you very much, Brian, for bringing that set in. You know, those of you who are looking at that set and thinking it's if you're looking at that set and comparing it to the modern ones and thinking, well, that's awfully dim. That is the brightest, crispest picture I have ever seen on a pre-war set. And the fact that you can run it in ambient room light, this is a pretty bright room. That's a spectacularly good CRT in there, so good job.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, so we have one other set this morning to display as well. Let's take this over to Matt. Good. All right, so Matt, he's the owner of this crazy Kuba Comet. Go ahead and I'll advance the slides from you. You can speak from the front or by the set, whatever your preference is.
Well, everyone's facing this way. Everyone can see the big behemoth at any time. Hi all, my name's Matt Allen. I live down in Long Beach. First off, hats off to everyone who figured out how to obtain this building and then restore it. It's brilliant. Unbelievable. My wife and I bought a 1928 penthouse apartment in downtown Long Beach in 2021, and it was a disaster.
And my wife then restored it. So there's something special in my heart for people who take on restoring something like this. It's a big, big project. Okay, so in 1928 in Watts, which is near downtown LA, a men's clothing store was opened. It was called Greenspans. And in 1939, Greenspans moved their fancy clothing store to Southgate, also in Southeast LA. That clothing store was always famous for selling zoot suits and really fine men's clothing. It's still being ran, next slide, sorry. It's still being ran by the same family who started it back in 28. That's it there on the left. One day in the mid-90s, a buddy of mine got in one of our vintage cars, and we decided to go visit Greenspans. I don't know that we wanted to buy zoot suits, we just knew about it and wanted to go. So we parked across the street in front of that weird building, and it was all covered in newspaper, the front of the building. All the windows were covered in newspaper. There was a silver dollar-sized hole in the newspaper of a portion of it, and my buddy looked in, and I remember him saying, "What in the hell is that?" And I walked over and I peered through, and what I saw was something I'd never seen before. And it was a TV console, and I didn't understand what I was looking at, but at the front of that building there was a business card, a faded business card taped to the front of the door. So I wrote down the phone number. It was a defunct antique store. So I wrote the phone number down. We went into Greenspans, we didn't buy any clothes, and life went on. The next week I called the number on the business card, and a guy answered, and I said, "Hey, I'm calling about something I saw in your other store. It's a big console of some kind." And he said, "Yeah, it's a Kuba Comet, it's $1,000, click." Well, I was in my 20s, I didn't have $1,000, but I started saving. At the time, I was working on a TV show for CBS called Rescue 911 that I started working on in 1989. And by the way, we shot it with ENG crews running around with big Beta SP cameras on their shoulders. Oftentimes, as they were running, they'd fall and get hurt. And we were editing on 3/4, and anyway, it was really fun. But I saved and saved and saved. And when I had the $1,000, I got in my car one day after work. At that time, it was a 1950 Chevy Business Coupe. And I drove from Sunset Gower Studios in Hollywood to wherever that other store was, which was essentially a junkyard of antiques. And I walked in and I said, "I'm here to buy the Kuba Comet." And the guy said, "Too bad, it sold last week to a guy who owns Off the Wall Antiques on Melrose in Hollywood." Now, Off the Wall Antiques, next slide. Off the Wall Antiques was the premier place for really expensive antiques. And that guy got everything, and he got the Kuba Comet, and he flipped it and made a bunch of money, and that was it. But my obsession was embedded in my brain. Next slide, Tom. So I started looking for one, but I had no clue how incredibly rare and difficult they were. They were only made in Germany from 57 to 62. There was about 900 units made. Some say there's about 10 left here in Northern America between here and Canada. And they were huge and they were really expensive. I spent about 20 years looking for one. And one day there was some TV website, antique TV website, I don't remember what it was. But I went to the wanted section and I said, "Wanted, Kuba Comet." And 2 or 3 months went by. And then one day in my inbox, some guy just wrote, "I have what you were looking for." So I contacted the guy, next slide, and he was located up in Palmerston, Ontario, Canada, this tiny town, but a really neat old town like Alameda is. He had bought this Kuba Comet from an older couple who were antique dealers. They were running into hard times and they needed to sell it. All that was left was the base of the cabinet and the big topsail. It was just the face of the topsail, and there were a couple of chains on it. And it appeared that their son had gutted the CRT in the cabinet, trashed it all, and hung the face in his bedroom. So anyway, I told the guy about my previous almost purchase for $1,000. I told him I'd been looking for 20 years, and we made a deal for $1,200. He sold me the set. It needed more than a full restoration. And then I had to figure out how to get it from Eastern Canada to me in Southern California. So at that time, I was working on a show called Bar Rescue. And the TV show was for a now defunct channel called Spike TV. And I had a circus of a crew in trucks traveling the country, remaking bars with all sorts of dumb reality TV drama. And I called my guy who was running the show and I said, I need the shipping company of all the gear to do a favor for me. So they went to Canada and they picked up a crate and they shipped it to Gardena, California, where I was going to have it restored. There was a gentleman named Ross Blomgren who was and is an expert in restoring all things coin, mechanical, jukeboxes, everything like that. Scopatone, Tom, that's what I was talking about last night. He restored a Scopatone, which was an early music video machine. It was crazy. So the crate showed up in Gardena. We opened it up and see the chains up there on the topsail. That's all that was left. But fortunately, the TV chassis, the radio chassis, the phonograph, that was all there, as were all the knobs, and the wood was basically intact. And some of the wood is rare wenge from Africa that Cuba made the set with. The first step was trying to figure out how to reproduce the top cabinet. So I contacted Steve McAvoy at the Early Television Museum in Ohio, because they have one there. And I contacted a guy named Hugh Erdman at the now defunct Cuba Museum. You can flip on, Tom. And yeah, that's what the electronics look like. Really great shape. And you can go on to the next slide. So that was the Cuba Museum. That was some of their stuff. So he took measurements and sent me dimensions of his topsail. Also, the Early Television Foundation took measurements and sent that as well. And then this guy in Gardena had his woodworkers that were used to restoring jukebox cabinets create the cabinet and refinish the whole cabinet. So then, I think we can go on to the next slide. I don't know where I'm at. Oh yeah, this guy is in Georgia. He acquired his Cuba Comet within the last couple of years, and he also helped with information. It's in the mail. He's sending me a little tiny Cuba emblem because some emblems were missing from mine while they were there. When the guys restored the cabinet, now the emblems are missing. So the next step was figuring out the electronics. Oh yeah, there's the topsail being created along with the top where all the speakers live. But this guy, Ross Blomgren, he was also supposed to do all the electronics. And after he did the cabinet, then the project sat for years and years and years. And he then accepted a job at the Rockola factory in Torrance, and he shut down his business, and he moved my TV and all his other storage to the Rockola factory, where that was sitting in storage for, I don't know, the past 5 or 6 years, because I couldn't find anybody to work on the electronics. Seems that no one likes to work on vintage TVs anymore, at least everyone in Southern California that I knew. they've either passed away or they just don't do it anymore. Especially Europeans, yeah. So I finally got onto a website. Oh, that's at the end. I finally got onto a website, the radio website where I found you, Tom. Antique Radio Forum. And I said, please, somebody help me. I need to find someone, anyone in America, who will work on this silly thing. And they all kept saying, Tom Albrecht, Tom Albrecht. Who is this guy? So we got on the phone, and we had a conversation, and I was like, oh, he's saying stuff I don't even understand, because I don't understand vintage electronics. I know how to make bad reality TV and restore my old cars. That's all I know. So I got in my van, and I threw all the parts and pieces in the van, and I drove up to Tom's a few months ago, and we dropped it off, and I saw his operation in his garage, and then he showed me his collection, like his 1948 Dumont that made my head explode, and I was so excited. I got in the van, and I called my wife, and I said, finally, I found the right human being for the vintage TVs. I just wish I lived closer. Tom then went on a mission, an unbelievable mission. He obtained parts and pieces from Germany, Australia, or just
Germany for the parts.
Germany.
We got advice from Australia.
We got advice from Australia. I mean, the whole vintage television world came together to help figure this out. But really, it was yesterday afternoon when I arrived at Tom's house. That was the very first time I had seen that thing completely assembled, all together, and working. And Tom deserves an Oscar in the vintage electronic world. I mean, what he has done is insane. So please check it out. It's going back to Long Beach today to live amongst my Philco Predictas and my Sylvania Halo Light and my other weird old stuff this afternoon. So thank you all.
Well, and a big thank you to Matt for being willing to bring it here on the way home. Not everybody would do that because it's a big set to move and set up here. So we're very happy to have that on display. You'll hear more about that in the second presentation later this morning. Okay, so we're ready to move on and start with our schedule of presentations. Let me get rid of this and bring that back. Yep. So first up will be Chris Musselman, and he's going to tell us about laser discs and their development in the 1970s. This is going to be fascinating. One last thing I'll mention is we have a sign-up sheet near the front door. If you happen to come in and you didn't sign up on that sheet, if you're willing to do so, put down your email. We put you on our television interest mailing list so you know about this event next year. We don't use that emailing list for anything else, so don't worry that you're going to get all kinds of spam. So sign up on that sheet by the front door if you get a chance.
My name is Chris Musselman. I grew up in Chicago and moved to California in the 80s, and always liked old things. I mean, my first Lego set was like 1964. I was 4 years old. Perfect. By the time I was 9 years old, the little plastic door that came with my Lego set, the top hat was broken, so I put it on a Lego set, on a Lego house I built, put a brick wall behind the broken door, and I told my brothers, you know, there used to be a door here, but the door was broken, so they bricked it over, and my brother said, you have old in your system, Chris. And I do. It's still there. Anyway, so I'm going to, anyway, so I got interested in electronics in the 70s, and a magazine called Radio Electronics. Any of you familiar with that magazine? Okay. In every issue, there's a column originally called Looking Ahead. The column was later called Video News, and the author was David Lackenbruck. So every monthly issue, he would have things about things coming up, satellite TV, VCRs, even before VHS and beta, and you have details like which VCR or video recorder used the most videotape per minute, of all these things like that. And you would talk about video discs coming, 75, 76, and then he said, okay, Philips and MCA, they're going to have it ready in like summer of 76 or something. That's what they said in late 75, for example. Bit by bit, it kept being delayed and delayed. Okay, so I will just want to organize things here. Oh, and one thing is if my voice breaks or I get tears in my eyes, it's all good. I get that way mostly from good things and bad. And this whole event here and this, it is and has been intense. Okay, so.
Page advance, page down.
Okay, I'm sorry?
Page down to go forward, page up to go backwards.
Thank you much, perfect. Okay, so that's me and, yeah, okay. There are various logos associated. Okay, okay, Laserdisc players. When they came out, they're the first thing in consumers' homes with a laser in them. The first home video format that included stereo sound ability right from the start. First optical disc for any purpose, to the best of my knowledge. That is, optical computer discs had not even started, so, an optical disc right off the bat. That is a Laserdisc. Now you could call it a cross between a DVD and a vinyl record album, sort of, and it is 12-inch side, more or less. And I don't know if that holds the same size as the 45 RPM record or not, but it's big. Other firsts for the format are when it was released, there were movies were going to be $16 a piece for first run color Hollywood movies. Other programs as low as even $6 and $10 for like educational. And this is, by the time these machines were put on the market, the first, videotape movies had come on the market, maybe 50 to 100 titles, the originals at $60 a tape. A company called Magnetic Video, and that's all tape. So then Laserdiscs come out, it's gonna be $16, not $60, Okay, and also first format with on-screen display of status of your programming, and eventually it was also the first format that had digital audio in a home video format, and eventually it was also the first format that had 5.1 digital surround sound. And, do I go on screen or do something, Tom, to scroll my notes? Can I do that?
So unfortunately, now I understand what you're looking for. I can't show two different files at the same time.
Oh, no. What I want to go to this and scroll down, but then also later.
Right here, this bar right here.
Oh, perfect. So the mouse plus. Okay, now I do. Okay, so the mouse will be fine, and.
There you go. See what to do.
Okay. Okay, perfect. And is it mouse? Okay. Okay. When this format was released, the actual video quality was higher than consumer television sets on the market could even display, although coincidentally, by the time it came on the market, MCA, well, Philips's home brand was Magnavox. About when this format came out, Magnavox also became the first company to sell television sets, color TVs with what is called a comb filter that allowed TV sets for the routine public to have a picture sharp enough for this format to work. And other things, the Laserdisc format and its ultimate reputation for high quality led to things like preservation of movies and high quality of movies and sound in people's homes. Basically, the home theater concept and the home theater industry is because of and is wrapped around this format originally. Also, the primarily technology of this format is a completely American invention, although ultimately a lot of the work was also from Europe and then eventually from Japan as well. But that's in contrast, well, commercial, of course, videotape recording was Ampex, purely USA in the 1950s, but the home stuff was basically all from Japan, that VHS and Beta primarily and others. Okay. David Paul Gregg was an engineer in optical and other things. He came up with the idea of an optical disc for the purpose of video and audio as early as 1958, and he applied for his original patent for optical reflective recording and playing back of information was his original patent, not specifically video discs, but just the concept of optical recording, optical playback, as contrasted with magnetic as in tape, or contact as in records. By 1967, he had got refined and was looking specifically at discs that had, like this, a metal reflective surface through clear plastic. Okay. Right. But in 1968, Mr. Gregg sold his patents to MCA, who was the owner of Universal Studios. MCA was looking for a potential way to make money off their vault of movies that just sit in the vaults until some theater wants to show it again. Let's try to, sell them copies to the public. And MCA found Mr. Gregg. Also, okay, so 1968, David Paul Gregg sold his patents to MCA for what was going to be the video disc. Possibly before Mr. Gregg, or Dr. Gregg, I believe, before he sold his patents, he also may have offered them to Philips, or Philips may have been aware of his work and things like that. In any case, so MCA proceeds to work on the video disc format, late 60s, and Philips is also doing the same independently in Europe. December 1972, I'm not aware if it was coincidence or if these companies had spoken, but in Europe, Philips put on a demonstration of actually generally coming up new technology. They displayed a VCR in the format in Europe was called VCR, and Philips actually was selling that format starting, I believe, in 1972. They demoed that, then they also described their optical video disc. And at the same time, in December of 72, MCA put on a big press conference in Hollywood or LA with I believe Lou Wasserman was the president of MCA, saying we're going to do this. Okay. So what we've got here, VLP, that was Philips' original logo and name for their planned format of the video disc. DiscoVision, with that dash in it, was MCA's plan. The upper left picture is 1972 for their demo. MCA's discs were going to be maybe 20 minutes apiece, and they're also going to be flexible plastic like a floppy disk minus the cover. Okay. So to get a movie out of it, I don't know if you can tell, it was going to be a changer. It was going to be a video disc changer to get, because your 2-hour movie is going to be a stack of discs, and you stack them up on there and you watch them. And they're going to keep it all one-sided, not flip over, so that would be easy. You don't have to pull out the thing and turn it over halfway through the movies. Okay. The picture below VLP was actually both of these are Philips mock-ups and demos, and if you see that disc, it actually looks pretty close to what they ended up with. And, okay. As I mentioned, MCA's discs were originally flexible. Philips was going for rigid right from the start. And after these two demos, MCA and Philips joined forces to come up with a common standard and both to work together on this thing. And as the early to mid-70s went on, both companies were working on abilities to make the thing work, to make the format viable, something they could manufacture and sell, discs that they could manufacture and sell and replicate fast and easy, like a record album. So all those things were considerations. And so going back both from this display and from MCA's vision perspective, eventually they would have 30 minutes of video per side, or I should 30 minutes of video per disc, and they came up with the rigid disc. This one is, as you see, it's a bit flexible. I can't pass this around because this is maybe one of 10 or whatever still in existence. But I can pass this is what later became, oh shoot, no, after all that, no, it's not. This is two-sided. I have one-side disc at home, but anyway, you're welcome to come take a look at that up later on. But eventually, because of the flexibility of that, they said, maybe let's make it more rigid. Let's make it back to back. That's going to make it much more rigid. And in fact, plus now one piece of plastic can hold an hour of video, not just a half an hour. And this is one they're not flexible.
Didn't have a reader on both sides, or you had to flip it?
You had to flip it, okay? But we can get to more details of that too, okay? And let's see. Okay. But even ultimately, 1 hour of video per disc, so you're still going to have 2 to 3 discs per movie, and they really wanted to reduce that. Again, we're talking cost, and they either figured out or used existing known concepts and figured out a way to get 1 hour video per side instead of a half an hour. So now any movie less than 2 hours potential, 1 disc. And I will get back to more of the details of that, okay? And so now it's the heading into actually mid-70s by now. In fact, actually 76 or so, because even that disc, that test disc is 76. By this time, VCRs are coming. 1975, Beta came out, VHS came out in the end of 76, early 77. Also, these other formats did not come out, but I'll mention them as a side thing. There were 2 other analog video disc formats, RCA's CED, and that's the player. They'd been working on this disc format since the late 60s even. And VHD, if you know, JVC was the inventor of the VHS VCR. They also came up with a video disc format, VHD, video high density, that it got a limited release in Japan, was originally planned for USA, never happened, and CDs, 4 years after they came on the market, it went away, and the VHD, maybe it lasted a year or 2 in Japan. Okay. And, okay. I said all these things, 1 side, 2 sides, half an hour, 1 hour, how we manufacture these things, how can we manufacture a player that can be, put them in a truckload of players and unload them at a TV store and it's still going to work. They had to figure all of that. So they kept end of 76, mid 77, end of 77, maybe not. Finally, December 1978, the players and the discs came on the market in Seattle. I think it's either December 11th or December 15th, depending which way I read. DiscoVision was the brand name of the discs, and Magnavox being a property or a brand of Philips. By then, Philips owned Sylvania, Philco, and Magnavox at this time. Okay, so the player, which is that picture there, and it's also that machine there, was Magnavox. $695 in Atlanta originally. The movie discs, these are all basically stuff that came out at or quickly after, and they were really planning a whole lot of movie titles. And pass that around. Movies, music, how to cook, how to stop smoking, NFL video highlights, old classic movies, modern movies, and things like that. And if I can pass around, that's a list of all these planned all the movies they were going to plan to put out, and all the prices for December 1978. And they said anything on that list will come out in early '79. And this is their original catalog that had nice pictures of everything in there. So all the dealers had this catalog with nice pictures of all your movies coming out. That's actually the original of that just fell out. Okay. So they were, big thing coming up.
Did they keep the same diameter?
Did they keep what?
Keep the same large diameter, or did it change at all?
No, depending, once they'd chosen the 12-inch side, perhaps in the early to mid-70s, that never changed. Okay. Right. And lots of movies that came out. I've displayed some here. Big name movies came out. There were only 25 players that first day in Atlanta. They all, as far as I know, they all sold out, possibly the first day. There were a wide as in 40, 50, 75, 100, well, lots of titles relatively available, maybe only 3 copies of this, 10 copies of that, but there are a lot of titles. They may have, I don't know percentage, but they sold a lot of discs, including for a lot of people who couldn't get a player, but I'm going to buy these too. Okay, so that list went around. There's a lot of movies on that list that were planned right early on, big movies that never came out: The Godfather 1 and 2, 10 Commandments, Rebel Without a Cause, East of Eden, old movies like Death Street Rides Again, and things like that. Okay. Now also, they're also, right from the start, the manufacturing of the discs had challenges. So originally MCA wanted all the movies to be on, if you remember I said disc with a half an hour per side, and then later, okay, disc with 1 hour per side, okay? I will pass this disc, well, I'll explain a little bit. The extended play, that's the 1 hour per side format. They were having trouble making discs and having the players play them properly. It's more critical. So MCA said, okay, everything's going to be the standard play format. So yeah, these movies, I mean, Jaws, Earthquake, there are 3 discs in any of these 2 hour movie boxes, because they also couldn't, okay, they said a half an hour, but really manufacturing dozens of copies of something that are good on a half an hour, not so good. So disc 25 minutes per side, but various amounts, sometimes over 30 minutes. And single side like this NFL football, 20 and 30 minute programs for $6, and so on. Okay. The big distinction between the half an hour and or standard play and the 1 hour per side formats are The standard play, or CAV, constant angular velocity, what it means is in a given amount of time, this disk will spin exactly 1 revolution, okay? And that gave you your half an hour of time. I will pass this disk around, and if you look at it, the reflective surface, you can see, if video people, you know that there's horizontal and vertical sync as one example. And if you look at this, one side of this disk, you can actually hold the light and see what is called the vertical blanking interval. You can see the equalizing pulses. It's all visible if you hold the light. But again, they wanted to, okay, and because of it's exactly 1 frame per revolution, up to 54,000 frames in 30 minutes, they were right from the start planning to make players that can do slow motion, freeze frames, step frames forward and back, because on that CAV or standard play format, to do freeze frame is just stop here and it'll just keep spinning, the laser will just stay on that. Well, specifically, when it gets to the vertical sync, it'll go tick back to that revolution, you know, tick, 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 30 times a second. And these don't wear out from, not like a record. You can play that frame for 2 hours. You know, your CRT will burn out before this equipment will. Okay. But to get the 1 hour movies on, they needed this other format called extended play. The technical term is constant linear velocity. Okay. Familiar, I said a couple of moments ago, CAV in 1/30th of a second, this goes 1 revolution, okay? Linear velocity, oh, and by the way, to get that speed, the exact speed of it was 1,800 RPM, way a lot faster than a record player. The CLV, oh, yeah, a couple other things that are odd, although I think they're common on DVDs and so on now. Unlike a record, they play from the inside out, and they play on the bottom. So you see a label that says side number 2, but the actual information for side 2 is actually there, not here. Okay. Yes, anything more than an hour of the standard play, you'd have to flip it, and anything more than 2 hours or near 2 hours, yeah. So that's why you had your so after 25 minutes in these original movies, yeah, you know, it's do that, and then 25 minutes later, pull that one out, put in the next one out of the box, and so on. To get that linear, this other format, rather than 1 revolution for each frame was going to be X distance on the discs, starting at the inside. So that distance there at the beginning of this is one video frame. But as you go outward, the diameter becomes larger, so you don't need your full revolution. So you do 2 things. You encode it with the same length as the original revolution, and you slow the disc down so that it still plays the 30 frames per second. That's how they got 1 hour onto the disc, because this is 1,800 RPM in the center. It's only 600 RPM at the outside edge, and there are 3 frames, more or less, per revolution at the outside. That's how the catch is, to do that now, you can't do your freeze frames because you can't go zoop, tick, zoop, because you can't do that, because over here, 1 frame is that much and another frame's there. So if you try to do that, you'll get 2 frames and it'd be a big mess, okay? And as a result, if you look carefully at, this disc is unique later because one side is the standard play or CAV, the other side is extended play or CLV. So if you take a look, you can actually see, as I mentioned, the sync on one side, and the other side you will just see concentric rings. It's a spiral. So here, if you'd like to look at that and pass on, you're welcome to do so, okay? And I'll watch, I'm sorry?
There were players that could play both sides eventually, right?
Yes, there were, yeah. And I do realize because of the time I had no idea how long this would take. I will do my best here to speed up. Okay. So I mentioned manufacturing troubles. They started, they gradually started releasing these players on disc in more and more cities, and manufacturing, they tried to speed it up and all that, and it became harder and harder. Players were having troubles with MCA's discs, and MCA themselves, they tried to speed up their manufacturing. Quality of discs were going down on some, and so on. I will go ahead and play. By October 1980, this format, this system, and the discs arrived in Chicago, Illinois, and I think I'd mentioned to you that since a teenager in '75, I'd been eagerly anticipating and reading all these things that's coming. October 1980, it gets to Chicago, Illinois, and I worked at a store that was going to sell it. And they sent me off to a seminar to learn about how it worked and so on. So what you got when, actually no, I have more, I have lots more. And by the way, that's an original player, that's the style we were selling by Magnavox. I've had a 30-year project to restore, make that one of those work, and if I do, I'll have the only one in the USA restored and working. And it will happen, but it didn't happen for this. So I'm using a player two years newer.
Pioneer made much better ones.
They did. I just don't know how loud the sound will be, so. Okay, this is what you saw when you've played a laser disc every time, you other ones. And this music. So you had features like, here's your digital count of your frames per movie, and this is your 30 per second, okay? And you can freeze it, sit there and frame 703. Yes, sir?
So were all the movies initially 4:3?
They were never not, well, yes, in these early days, they were all 4:3, yes. Yeah, and I'll get to more of that a bit later. Just gonna show you, for example, you have a frame number, you can step forward, backward, forward, one frame at a time, and you see it's rock steady. Or you can do slow motion.
All the strips around the disc are linear. They don't change. Essentially.
You mean the concentric groove, if you will?
To the outer is the same spacing per bit.
Yes, it is, yeah, yes.
So you're always keeping the same bit as it goes in and out. It just gives you more information at the outer than you do on the inner.
Correct, because the amount of the distance to make the laser hit the disc at the outside edge is 3 frames worth at 600 RPM, and it's 3 times the distance of one revolution on the inside of the disc. Okay.
There were 2 types of discs.
Yeah, well, the one I'm describing, that was extended play 1 hour per side. The other one stayed at your 1800 RPM for the beginning to end, but half an hour per side maximus, and this here would be an example.
So this was encoded as an FM carrier.
Yes, I can get to a bit of that too, yeah.
Was it digital?
Yes, that's correct.
At least the video part.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and again, I realize, we are going to speed up anyway. Okay. Okay. Technical details of what the laser actually does. And this is none of this scale, but you see the pipe, the top left, upper left is the laser itself. It's It's a cylinder, it's a gas tube laser, as they call it. Later it became a diode, a little tiny thing. And the disc, of course, you see it, but that laser in relative to the disc should be this big. And if any of you know optics, it's a fascinating combination of what they had to do, and they made it all work. The first item splits the laser beam into 3 parts, but very close to each other. Spot lens keeps it centered. The thing called photodiodes is on the return, but we didn't get that far. So basically, and the cylinder lens, if you, some of your ham radio people and maybe light people, you know that, okay, light has, especially laser, has a polarity as do radio signals. Okay, that piece, its intent, and also this other device called the Wollaston prism. The intent of these pieces is because your laser light's going to go through these 2 fixed mirrors. It's going to go through those. It's also going to go through these 2 mirrors here, one of which can go like that, and the other goes like that. And in my visual of my hands, up here is the laser disc, and there's also an optical lens here, which is a piece called objective, and that's up here, okay? And this all had to work. The track pitch, you're mentioning the distance per track, it's like less than a micrometer, less than, I believe that means a millionth of a meter. But the disc could be warped, and the disc could be not manufactured perfectly. So you want to track it'll all go away if your laser here goes as far as this far away or that far away on a disc that's doing this. So this little thing here versus here is, as a disc is, it's following all that with these mirrors, and it's all magnetic, it's servo electronic. And basically the laser beam hits a disc. The encoding changes or modulates the laser beam as the gentleman, I don't see him now, but he mentioned that it's, thank you, that it's an FM signal, comes back through and hits a thing called the photodiodes. And the photodiodes are in a specific array with some other arrangements. The photodiodes and the signals that come from them, and what they do with the signals is how they kept the laser on track and how they extracted the audio and video. But let me go back. Okay, let's skip up ahead.
The laser was a semiconductor laser, right?
No, originally it was a helium tube. About the original about a 3/4 inch diameter and about that long. Both these players have that. Later was a solid state, little tiny LED solid state laser.
So it was infrared?
These are visible light, 600 something nanometers, red light. I believe that, yeah.
What drove the position on the disc or the beam?
I'm sorry, pardon me?
What drove the beam? Because obviously the beam has to go to different parts of you.
Okay.
Say, I want to look at this particular information that's on the disc, so
yes.
how do you move the beam across the disc?
Well, the player has logic. When the player knows the disc isn't there, it starts spinning it, and the laser's on, and the photodiodes, again, they're the detectors, if you will. They're hooked up, and as the disc spins, the machine also puts the position of the whole laser reading device near the beginning of the disc, and then it basically goes like this with these the magnetics and optics till something it likes comes back. And yes, and in more detail than that, the photodiode there's an array of 4 small photodiode square. That's where your video is collected, and there are 2 adjacent round dots. I mentioned 3 beams of laser. The middle beam is the one that's going to give you your video and audio. The other 2 are going to track on both sides of the laser track of information. And if this thing is crooked inward versus outward, these 2 signals will not be correct. the error between those is told to go back that where it should be or go back that way where it should be. And the array of 4 dials for the signal, they do comparison of the quadrants to do the focusing of the objective, the distance from the disk. And that's all processed in electronic analog, completely analog circuitry. Yes?
Yeah, did each frame have a frame number attached to it?
It did. If you see this one sitting here, it's on frame number 848 out of up to 54,000, but also in the real world, a lot of these did not go past 30 to 35,000. Plus, there's also an issue of movies have only 24 frames per second, which did come up with discs, versus video that has 30 frames per second, which is your 54,000. Okay. Okay, let me go down here.
The frame number was encoded in the vertical interval?
Yes, it is, yes. Also the ability for chapter numbers, so you could, for example, this Elton John disc has, I believe, chapters for the 6 or 10 or whatever songs of Elton John he sang in there. So you could scan until you got that chapter, and you could put a chapter number on the screen. Okay, so as I mentioned, players had troubles, disc manufacturing had serious troubles. I mentioned 50, 75 or more titles in Atlanta in December 1978. By October 1980, when Magnavox brought this and Philips brought it to Chicago, Illinois, our Magnavox dealer said, well, yeah, they showed it that catalog. I mentioned, 200 titles in that list. But realistically, there's only going to be about 50 available. Within a week, as it gets closer, he says, you probably only about 25 of those you can get. And within a few days, he said, here's the new list of what you actually have in stock available in our warehouse. It was 12 titles. And it was things like Slapshot, not Jaws 2, but Slapshot, Jaws, Earthquake, movies like 1941, which is a comedy, Smokey and the Bandit, things like that. And they were also having these troubles, so by then, your disc they may have problems. Okay, so this whole thing now, it's been 2 years, and they're bringing it onto the market. By the way, Pioneer had made their plans to come out with a player, which is an early predecessor to that, and they were having much better success because MCA, the manufacturer of the discs, apparently worked with Pioneer kind of in hand, where Philips was kind of on its own following the official standards, while Pioneer was apparently working from the start with MCA on the real world. So Philips and Magnavox were ready for good discs. Pioneer was ready for good or bad, to put it bluntly. And so all this by 80, 81, they tried things, and it got worse. But the ace in the hole that kept the Laserdisc format from just going away, as the CED format eventually did, and the VHD, well, that one kind of was a non-starter, was from the start, there was an intent to have this be an industrial format too. This frame displayability on remote controls, you could type in, I want frame number 1042, because it might be, the carburetor of a 57 Chevy. Frame number 2042 is the brake, what do you call that? Master cylinder of a 57 Chevy, to make something up. You could have 54,000 different on the eventual ideal discs. General Motors got into it very big, very early, putting Laserdisc players in all of their dealerships, mostly for training of their employees. So, this disc is, the upcoming Buicks and how to, demonstrate the CB radio stereo combo in it. Another disc will be, working on the Oldsmobile Rocket V8. And there are dozens of these things. Sears did a lot of it. In 1980, Sears even sold and made or gave to the public in a few cities a Laserdisc that was a Sears catalog. And you could dial up, clothing in the frames 1000s, Craftsman tools in the frames 3000, I'm just making stuff up, just guessing. Ford, like GM, did it. IBM got involved in manufacturing, ironically trying to help them with all these problems making the discs, but actually IBM made it a whole lot worse. They were trying to reduce costs faster than they were trying to improve the quality. But they did their best, and IBM had a big stake in this. They had all, it's very computer controlled. You don't need to type in frame 1049. You can have a computer screen that says, pick your Buick model you want to see. The Sabre 88, 98, and those are Oldsmobiles anyway. Sabre, Skylark, whatever, and the disk player would be controlled from the computer that's actually the interface to the employer customers. So the industrial use basically kept this format viable, likely, or else I'm sure the whole thing would have gone away, because by the early 1981, they were finally figuring out how to make the disks that were the extended play reasonably, physically reliably, but some of the video has limitations. And Pioneer, in the meantime, besides having their player that was much nicer than the Philips Magnavox one, they had opened a disc manufacturing plant in Japan, and so while the MCA plant in the USA was a random factory that used to make furniture in Carson, California, suburban Los Angeles, Pioneer figured out very quickly to manufacture things in so-called clean room specifications. Everyone walking there has those bunny suits, if you remember those commercials. So Pioneer's discs, 1981, and even by the end of 1980, they're massively better quality. They were essentially flawless like this, but this is a December 1978 disc. This same movie, by the end of 1980, it is like this. Every side of this disc is all full of snow and crackling and the sound and things like that. And you also might buy, and again, this is a movie with 5 sides. Sides 1, 3, and 4 are really good. Side 2 is full of snow, and side 5 won't even play. It got that bad. So all this is going on in the USA. It's kind of getting worse and worse. The players are always partially made in Europe, the Magnavox ones, that is, partially made in Europe and partially assembled in the USA. They also in Belgium. I have like 8 of those machines, and USA, Belgium, Netherlands, random locations. And so now you've got Pioneer's really nice plant in Japan. MCA itself contracted with Pioneer to start making all their discs and even their mastering in Japan through 81 and 82. And so late in the format's history, if I find the thing, I thought I had one sample of one of the Japanese-made discs, but I don't. It is, however, it physically appears identical to these, but it's the thickness of a record box. By the end of 1982, MCA gave up on this plant in Carson, California, and shut it down because they'd moved all their they were buying all their discs from Pioneer in Japan. Philips is a European company, but it's, again, its subsidiary, and its brand name in the USA was Magnavox. By the end of, or mid-1982, Pioneer's coming out with their second generation players, which are maybe even better than that first one. That right there is a second generation Pioneer player, for example, 1982. So MCA gave up on disc making. Philips, specifically for the USA, for Magnavox, and they eventually also made Slovenia's. Philips gave up on making any more of their machines, players of their design, and said, we'll buy players from Pioneer. So the Magnavox second generation player, 1982, is really a machine 90% like that. But it says Magnavox on it, and the colors are different a little bit, and the Slovenia, same thing. And that basically, so the whole thing went away pretty much, and that's kind of what happened with the original Laserdisc format in the USA, and Pioneer eventually bought that empty or whatever, abandoned or whatever, sitting there plant in Carson, California, and reopened it, made that factory to their standards, and that disc got passed around, which plays flawlessly like 98% of discs after 85, 86. They graduated. By 1989, every disc I ever saw was flawless, and I was massively picky with what I bought, and they were flawless for the last half of this format, the last 10 years of it. And there were discs from USA, discs Japan, there were other plants. So basically that's a thing. And where are we going to go? Let's see. I believe that's good question. I believe that's my next slide. Okay. First, as Laserdisc format, and by now it's all driven by Pioneer. They may own or have owned all the patents. You may have bought them from MCA or shared them, whatever. Pioneer was driving the manufacturing players and owned all the disc plants, but there were other plants, especially for the industrial. So Pioneer came up, once by now CDs were on the market for digital audio, and Pioneer said, okay, let's take the exact technical format, the bits and all this of the CD format, and put that same track of audio on laser discs. And they did. You got digital sound. Then after that, movie theaters, you remember Dolby Surround years ago, that was an analog format. Then Dolby Digital came out in movie theaters, probably 1990, early 90s, and these speakers all over the theaters. Pioneer figured out, and they worked with Dolby, to put that same, or a version of that same bit stream of data, of digital data, 5.1 surround sound on discs. And by 1990, that started in 1985, that started in 1995, and the format, by 1997, probably 90% discs had that signal on them, and so on. Also, 1997 is when the DVD format was, and they've been working in that for a bunch of years. It came on the market in 1997, and among other things, DVD, as with CD, right from the start, they learned about all the limitations of Laserdisc, and now you've got a disc that big that holds a 2-hour movie, no flipping of discs, except in rare exceptions, and you can put a whole lot more boxes on shelves, like this big versus this big of boxes, and so DVDs and being a purely digital picture and sound, they exploded. End of 1997, 1998. The DVD format expanded so fast, within 2 years, by the last movie Laserdisc made and sold in the USA was like the year 2000. And in 2001, the last one in Japan, because Japan, with Pioneer, they had been, by the way, vastly more into this whole thing than USA ever was. And, okay. And by the way, because I was at the store when all this was on for sale, and those machines, it's been manufacturing problems with that machine. Within probably 6 years, that is by 1986, 88, every one of those machines that was made probably no longer worked. And plus the Pioneers were so much better, cooler, faster, like you mentioned, two-sided play all in one box and all kinds of fancy things. So those things, it's like the ugly, poor stepchild. The whole Laserdisc community, even to this day, puts those down just because they're not all fancy like the Pioneers and so on. That's why there's none of those working. Therefore, I take uniqueness and I take challenges like a moth goes to a bug light or whatever. So for 30 years, I've wanted to get one of these things working, and bit by bit, and then I finally, beginning of this year, or even last year, started on it. It's turning out to be more trouble than, more complex and harder than I thought. I got so close to having a player working. Like I said, it would have been the only USA. So quick question, before I go to general questions, would there be any interest in a future presentation of the restoration, making one of these players work, that goes into details? Okay. A few, okay. All right, so that may come up. Okay, and, okay, did that. Okay, the letterboxing, I believe you asked. The letterboxing was started in the Laserdisc community by the early 90s. 90% of movies on Laserdisc were letterboxed or widescreen. If you look at these pictures, a hypothetical movie with two people on the opposites of the screen, letterboxing, your TV is this widescreen, of course you're 4:3. You got to shrink the whole thing down, get your two people on the screen with the black bars on top. But before that, they did a thing called pan and scan to typically get your movie so the whole TV screen is lit up. You had the thing on the upper right corner where one of the two people's cut off the screen, and that upper right little picture there. Laserdisc did away with that. DVD came out. DVD had actually a lot of those cut off pan and scan ones, but eventually DVD got much better about that too. And sometimes they put both versions in one disc. Okay, so I think that's basically, I believe that's basically it. So, any questions on this? Okay.
Yeah, I think we've got time for one or two questions, and then we're going to encourage people to keep talking to you later.
Absolutely. Okay, yes, sir. Go ahead.
By the way, I knew a guy that had one of the latest versions of those, and they could play several different types of discs, different sizes, different
Yes.
formats. Is that a pioneer?
By the early 90s, all the companies, in the 90s, this format actually did get pretty successful. There were dozens of companies making players. A lot of them made their own players. A lot of them just had Pioneer make a player like Philips Magnavox is still doing. Yeah, there were Laserdiscs came on these 8-inch discs in addition to the full-size ones. And because you have all your optical stuff in there, they made it play CDs. Right. And then once the DVD format came out, the first thing Pioneer said, we'll make a player that plays, besides CDs and Laserdiscs you're already playing, this player will play DVDs too. So they did that. So there were a combination DVD and Laserdisc players all in one for the last couple of years because, you know, DVD, the laser half, it collapsed, the market went away.
What is the standard now?
The standard of, you mean home video? It basically, the current high end of it is what's called Ultra HD or UHD, also called 4K. It is, it's an extension. Okay, DVD was an extension of CDs as an extension from Laserdisc. DVD data is packed a lot closer together in smaller bits than a CD. Then came Blu-ray and another format. Blu-ray, a lot packed closer and smaller bits. Plus, Blu-ray, they came up with a way of your disc to have 2 layers of data on a disc, and a laser can play this layer first. When it's done with that one, it gets to the outside edge, it goes down and starts finding a layer and plays that one back to the beginning. So you get, and then UHD, ultra high definition, is the same physical, technical, more or less, as Blu-ray with 2 major changes. One is now they can make a 3-layer disc. Okay, so we'll play a side like this, go down, play that side, and play the 3rd side. And the other thing about UHD or 4K is they came up with a newer format of digital video compression that was take up half the data per minute or whatever. That's how you can, because that's how you get a 4K movie in the space of a Blu-ray disc, because otherwise a 4K movie should take up 4 times the data space of a Blu-ray, and a Blu-ray should take up 6 times the data space of a DVD. And a DVD, you know, it took up, 20 times the space of a CD, or some number like that. Okay, so add all of it up, and the UHD disc is, I don't know, add all, multiply that. 400 CDs worth of data on one 4K disc, go ahead.
One player that you have now, can it read all these different ones, or is it only dedicated to the latest?
Most of the players can play all of the little discs. That is, it'll play the 4K, it'll play the Blu-rays, and it'll play CDs, but none of the analog stuff. And then also those boxes, those players, they can hook up to Netflix, you can put the USB memory things in them, and you can do all that on your, same as a so-called smart TV.
Okay, so I think from here, we need to move on.
Yeah.
I bet you've got more questions, but catch Chris at lunch
Please.
or later in the day, and he will
I'm not going
be
anywhere.
delighted to talk to you more about that. But just to kind of keep us close to our original schedule, I think
of course, yeah,
we will move on.
Yep.
I did check to see whether going to lunch now would make sense to do that, but I found out they're not really ready for us yet, so we're just going to proceed ahead. We'll do the next talk, and then after that will be the lunch. Okay. Thank you, Chris.
You're welcome.
Okay, so we're going to hear a little bit more about this Kuba Comet TV that Matt talked about and showed sort of an interesting story of how he came by that one and the years it took to put that all together and get it working. Well, what is the story of Kuba, the company, and this television? We'll talk both about that and then a little bit about its circuitry as well, because these German TVs are a little different than what we're used to in the US. We'll talk about some of that. Then you get this. Okay, all right. Very good. Okay, so first of all, who is this guy that was the founder of the Kuba company? And his name was Gerhard Kubitschek. And born in 1909 in Breslau in Germany, he was a paratrooper sergeant during World War II. And where did this name Kuba come from? It has nothing to do with Cuba, even though Kuba is the German word for Cuba. It's just that his buddies in World War II in the German military called him Kuba for short. And he kept that name for the company when it came time to found his company. He was captured as a POW. I don't know who got him, whether it was the US or the Soviets or somebody else. But in any case, he was released, and in 1947 he moved to Wolfenbüttel, and that's where he founded the company, Kuba Tonmöbel. I'll get to that in just a moment. He was an interesting guy. He loved expensive cars, aerobatics. He had a yacht, real high-flying kind of guy, I guess. Married several times, that seems to go with it as well, and died in Wolfenbüttel in 1976. Now, the company he founded, Tonmöbel, Kuba Tonmöbel, that actually means in German basically audio furniture. It's really funny if you look at Google Translate, it says clay furniture, but they don't know how to translate that very well. It's furniture for radios, TVs, so that's what they started out. They weren't making the radios and TVs and phonographs, they were making the cabinets for them. And they were quite successful. By 1953, they had sort of 80% of the export market. I didn't see any figures for what was internal to Germany at that time, but I'm sure they had a significant share there as well. In 1958, they got into the apparatus business by buying this company, Continental Rundfunk, and its Imperial brand. So then from then on, they became the Tonmöbel and Apparat company, so they made both together. And in 1958, they had 4 factories in production, which was a fairly impressive growth rate for this business. 1966, which was the high point for these guys, they had 4,000 employees cranking out cabinets and their own radios and TVs and phonographs. I guess Mr. Kubitschek was pretty smart. He sold at the peak. 1966, it was all downhill from there, and lots of people lost lots of money, I suspect. General Electric bought it in 1966. They sold it to AEG Telefunken, and in 1976, it's defunct. The usual thing, Japanese competition among many other things, but yeah, they were not able to compete. US companies died even sooner than that for the most part, that were not. Yeah, this particular one didn't end up getting bought out and survive in a way, but you're right, that would have been a possible outcome for a company like this as well. Just a little bit of their advertising stuff. On the left is when they had shipped their 250,000th cabinet. They had a wing-ding in the 50s with one of the German government officials there to help with the celebration. And then the next two are just some of their catalogs. And what it says down there, it says, you know, audio furniture and apparatus built in Wolfenbüttel, or music and TV cabinets is what that says on the right there. So that's their catalogs from that time. Now, their most famous product is exactly this thing you see in the back here, the Kuba Comet. And there's a very nice picture from when that came out in 1957. And we can talk a little bit about the different variants of this. It's not simply one model. Matt mentioned, you know, it was sold for several years up to 1962 or possibly 63. It changed all the time during that. First of all, at the beginning, they weren't making the guts. So it was a different manufacturer's TV every few months from what I could tell. They kept on changing it. There are at least 10 variants of this between the different phonographs, radios, and televisions, and tape decks that made it into these things. The cabinet, as Matt mentioned, it's maple veneer and Wenji veneer over particle board. I saw some stuff online claiming it was solid maple. It is most definitely not. It's actually kind of flimsy. The electronics from other manufacturers, the TV is a 21-inch screen. That upper sail swivels, and feel free to do that. You won't hurt anything back there. I mean, be gentle, but you can swivel it a certain distance. Not very far. It's not really good for anything, but kind of an interesting gimmick that probably helped sell these things. Some of them had a reel-to-reel tape deck along with the radio and phonograph and TV. The later versions were stereo and had a more rectangular TV screen, which you'll see in just a moment. And in 1957, 2,785 Deutschmarks, and divide by 4 roughly to understand what the price in US dollars was at that time. Now here's sort of the intermediate version from the very late 50s. Something's happened here. Now you see 3 different things in the bottom. Where's the TV chassis? Well, it has moved up inside the sail. And now they've got actually 3 different things in the bottom there. Tape, radio, and phono. Price a little bit higher, approaching 3,000 Deutschmarks in 1959. And then comes the sort of the final version, and this is the stereo version. And you can see, there were some pictures online where you can see a back cover there on the upper right for where the TV chassis is, and some controls on the right side behind for tuning the TV, and down below the various audio things, and up to 3227 Deutschmarks. There are 8 speakers in the sail. I think this picture shows that. Some of the later models were actually hinged, and you could open it up and see all this stuff inside. Now this gets to be interesting in the story of this set in a moment. The different versions got into a bit of a conflict here as to what was going on with this set. All right, now as Matt showed earlier, I think these are some of the same pictures. When he got it, and when he brought it to me, you know, he had already had the sail box rebuilt, but just had a computer screen inside. And it was sort of an unknown model. We didn't really know whose chassis were inside, but we were able to figure out that it was a Nordmende Exquisite 58 is the model. So it's a 1958 model chassis. And the radio is a Kuba 821W. As he mentioned, this was probably originally sold in Canada. Kuba actually had a small factory in Canada just to do final assembly and maybe some adaptations for the North American market. But we didn't know when we got this thing, now what standard are all these chassis designed to work on? So that was part of the mystery of this set. First bring up, we powered it up on 220 using a step-up transformer. We had replaced all the paper and electrolytic capacitors to try to minimize smoke damage. And we used a little telecheck CRT you can see on the right side of the workbench up there. And lo and behold, the thing more or less worked. That was quite a surprise. I wasn't quite sure just how difficult it would be to bring this chassis back to life. So it's basically functioning okay. Now you'll notice we don't have any original CRT or yoke. So at this time, the only way we can get a picture is through this little telecheck unit on the right there.
American standard now.
Well, that's what's actually being displayed on the TV in this picture. It was not yet fully converted to American Standard, but you'll see that here shortly. So the first job, once we could see, okay, this thing's definitely going to work, it's time to get serious about what does it take to make the complete unit operate properly, we had to select a picture tube. And a little research revealed that the original picture tube was an AW5380. And that's all fine and good. It's actually more or less a replica, or at least there was some kind of common standard, so that the size and shape was in fact identical to American tubes. Once you go into the 60s, that's no longer true. The European tubes become more rectangular. The American ones retain sort of this shape that we had here. But bottom line is, from late 1950s, a 21-inch American tube fits right in there. The screen contour fits the mask just right. The big issue was the depth of the tube. We looked up the AW5380, and that's a 19-inch deep tube. And I got out the ruler and measured in this box. I go, boy, I don't think there's room for a 19-inch tube. Fortunately, we were able to identify, and actually Matt had done this ahead of time through some other discussions he had, I think with Jack Saunders, that a 21 DLP4 was a candidate for these sets. And we looked up the specs there and we thought, oh, cool, that one's only 17 inches long. And that works out very, very well. It'll actually fit into this cabinet. And even better yet, if you went to the ETF website, they had one of these in their warehouse for sale. So Matt writes off to them and gets the thing sent out, and that is what we used. And the tube arrives and it's very good. It checks out very strong, put it on the bench with the chassis, we get a picture right away, nice focus, nice brightness. Once again, we're feeling really good. This set is definitely going to work. Now, eventually though, we had to really mount this CRT into the cabinet, and it fits, but as you can see, just barely. As the first fit showed only about a 1/4 inch of margin between the end of the base of the tube and the plywood wall. That's a little too close for comfort, and besides, you can't put the socket on to get the signal into the TV tube. So we did a little carving out of a niche in the back there, and that provided enough room for this. Now, why is there so little room in this cabinet? You know, Matt talked to the people at the Kuba Museum in Germany. They gave him a bunch of specs. He had it built to spec. Why didn't it fit? Well, as you remember, there are many versions of this thing over the years. And the later versions had a 110-degree tube rather than a 90-degree tube. These tubes are much less deep. And this set of specs that he got wasn't really correct for this earlier version of the set that needed this kind of tube. So in fact, even the 21 DLP is missing 3 inches of clearance that would have been there if the correct 110-degree tube for this box dimension were used. But it would not have been the right tube for the yoke and the chassis and all that kind of stuff. So we really lucked out in that we've got a shallow enough 90-degree tube that it works perfectly with this set and chassis and yoke. And had you wanted to put in an original AW5380, it would never have fit. Okay, a little bit of follow-up on the tube itself. Of course, it arrived, the Aquadag, that black coating was pretty much shot. And a lot of people like to use this product called Slip Plate. It's a spray-on graphite, and I use that as well. It works very, very well. The resistance of the coating is about the same as you have on the original Aquadag. So that is back in business. And then, as Matt mentioned, we were posting about this TV on the Antique Radio Forum. I found this community to be very knowledgeable and very helpful. And right away, one of the guys on there from Germany chimes in, and he says all the right things we wanted to hear. I have an original deflection yoke, if required. He says anywhere, that's bad English. He meant somewhere. And the part of the cage is missing. We didn't actually get that. We don't worry about it. But he ended up giving us the CRT mounting hardware and the original yoke. And matching the wrong yoke to a TV chassis is kind of possible, but it's not so straightforward. So getting this original yoke was really a key part of making this thing work easily. And then you have to mount the tube into the sail. Since this was all rebuilt, none of the original mounting stuff was there. A bunch of woodworking, and then using the parts on the upper left that came from Germany, we were able to mount this. And there's a little room on the back end. You can still get the socket onto the base of the tube. All right, so let's talk a little bit about what it takes to convert this thing to run properly on the US standard. Well, the first thing, of course, is the supply voltage. I had been using a 220 volt step-up transformer, but you don't really want that. You want to just be able to plug it straight into 120 volts. And some of the guys on the forum had suggested this, and I also liked this idea as well, just to use a voltage doubler for the B+. Those of you that know that, the arrangement of those two diodes in the middle of the bottom picture is a voltage doubler replacing the original half-wave selenium rectifier. So that takes care of the B+. And then the filament string, which is a series filament string for 240, we simply divided it in half, put in the right dropping resistors to get the voltages tuned up. And then very importantly, down in the lower left, the American CRT is 600 milliamps. The original European one was 300 milliamps, so it didn't need this. But this works great. You just put two 300 milliamp series strings feeding the one 600 milliamp CRT, and away you go. So this was successful. It worked more or less right away. And then there's the next issue of the sound. Now this set, we think, was originally sold in Canada. And it makes sense. The tuner did seem to have strips for US channels 2 through 13. Even though the knob says 1 through 12, which matches what they would have had in Europe at the time, it's actually 2 through 13. But much to my surprise, they had not bothered to convert the sound IF from 5.5 megahertz intercarrier sound, which is what was used in Europe, to the US 4.5. It sort of worked. You could get some sound out of it, but the tuning was very touchy and the sound was distorted. So when we went in there and looked at it, we figured out, oh yeah, this was not converted. So I don't know what happened, whether the guys who sold it originally in Canada thought, well, it kind of works, just sell it, or what. But we came back and we added the capacitors to be able to tune that down to 4.5 megahertz. And you see the very nice FM discriminator or ratio detector curve. That's very good quality sound working the way it should. So that was one step, and I still find that mysterious that that had not been converted up front. Another very interesting thing, and this is one where the forum certainly saved me a lot of time thinking about this, and maybe I never would have solved this problem. But as you can see, we put this original yoke on the 21DL P4 tube. And that's a short neck tube with a yoke that's designed for a long neck tube. And one of these guys in Australia, he's very knowledgeable. I've often gotten very good help from him. iRob2345, whoever that is. He knows television technology inside and out and knows a lot about European and Australian standards as well. And he just happened to, out of the blue, mention this. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. The Philips yoke comes in an aluminum can. It's designed for long neck CRTs. I had a 58 Chrysler, that's an Australian TV brand, with one of these. The tube had been replaced with a short neck type in 1973, and I'm not sure when he says so, it had done very little work, but it doesn't matter. But I found that moving the centering tabs, which you do to get the picture in the middle of the screen, away from neutral would defocus the picture and cause vignetting. So for him, that old set that he did this to was stuck with an off-center picture because he didn't want to tolerate the defocusing and vignetting. Pity, the geometry of these yokes is otherwise just about perfect. And I was able to confirm, oh yeah, it does that. If you need to center the picture, the quality of the top part of the picture was really not very good, out of focus and so forth. So we decided to do the centering a different way, thinking back to 1940s sets like Dumont's, where you actually dial some DC current through the deflection yoke to change the centering. So yeah, we added a little 24-volt power supply that's sitting inside the chassis of that applies a bias. You can still use the rings for the fine centering, but the coarse centering of the vertical is done with this extra current through the deflection yoke. So here's sort of the progression of improvements that were made in the vertical deflection system. And we're doing two things here. One is we're dealing with the short neck tube, as we just described. The other is, of course, we're changing the scanning frequency from 50 hertz to 60 hertz to go from the European standard to the American standard. The first thing you see on the left, it may not be so obvious in this picture, but there is a bit of this defocusing, especially the upper left circle there. You can see it's a little bit of out of focus. The top is kind of scrunched and folded down, and those are all problems. The bias current to do the centering fixed the defocusing problem, but left the remaining problems in terms of linearity and sort of a fold over at the top. And what it really boiled down to is the retrace time for the vertical was too long. So it had not yet gotten back to the top of the screen before it was trying to scan the next few lines. So if you look at the middle picture, and it's also true on the left, see those little dashes that are appearing near the top. Those are actually what are supposed to be the top few scan lines, not yet up at the top of the raster. And we just did some trial and error empirically and made some modification to component values and found that we could fix that problem and get the retrace to be faster. So on the right, you've got basically everything working perfectly. The other thing that's kind of interesting here is this vertical deflection circuit is not what you typically see in a US set. It's more common in European sets. It has both a vertical linearity and what's called a top linearity adjustment. There it's actually called Anfangslinearität. Same thing. So that actually helps with some of that nonlinearity at the top of the screen, and you can get a really beautiful linear deflection after you make these changes. All right, so now I'm going to just talk about some of the nice design features that the German engineers put into this chassis. One of them is, for horizontal linearity, they add a type of correction which, at least in this era, was not common on US sets. So this does a better job on horizontal linearity than we can usually get on our own sets. And that is, they have what's called a saturable inductor. The usual problem with linearity is that you're scanning too fast on the left, so things are too far apart on the left side of the image, and crammed together on the right side of the image. So we want to slow down the scan at the beginning of the scan and speed it up at the end of the scan. And you can do that by using a series inductor, but you want the inductance of that thing to change as you move from left to right. So we want higher inductance at the beginning of the scan to slow down the scan, and lower inductance at the end of the scan to speed it up. And they do that by using a saturable inductor. When you put a magnetic field through an iron core, when you put too much field, it does what's called saturating. It no longer will rise in magnetization, and that means the inductance no longer is as high as you might anticipate. So by moving a little permanent magnet closer to and farther away from, you can change where that saturation occurs. The change in current that's occurring during the scan, going from positive to negative or negative to positive, whichever it is, results in the two fields adding on one side, which causes the saturation, and subtracting on the other side, which means it's not saturated. And so this ends up being a very nice little trick, and lots of European sets use this to achieve better horizontal linearity than we have. Other little things they do is, US sets invariably have one detector diode, either solid state or vacuum tube, for the sound and the intercarrier IF generation. These guys use two separate diodes for that. They've got one channel all set up for the video, which actually has a sound trap right there at the detector, and another channel that's the upper one feeding the sound IF off to the upper left. And it really does work very well. There's less buzz in the audio and less sound mosaic in the video as you tune near the sort of the upper end of the resolution scale. So that's a case where they just spent a little more money and did it nicely. It's also DC coupled video. And this is something I've always found very annoying about US sets from the 1950s and 60s and 70s. is that after about 1950, everybody decided you didn't need DC restoration. The blacks are no longer black, the whites are no longer white. You just get an average of gray on every frame. And I think the TV broadcasters knew that and actually adjusted the content so you wouldn't get white saturated backgrounds or black saturated backgrounds. But you will remember when you were a kid, the commercial break between commercials and program material, it would always go to gray, not black. And then finally in the 1980s, we got a new TV that had DC coupled video, and I see the frame going black between the commercials. I'm going, what's that? That's the weirdest thing. I've never seen it. But of course it's correct. And in the end, it's actually a much higher fidelity image to have DC coupled video. So that's another case where they've just spent a little extra money and done something that produces a substantially better picture. And I've never understood why in the US, everybody dropped it and nobody made a high quality set with DC coupled video. But that's what they did. They also have a nice beam current limitation and another sound carrier trap right at the picture tube. That last coil and capacitor there, right before the cathode, is one more sound trap to keep that carrier out of there. And then more stuff on this TV. This one is interesting. They had some push buttons on the front. And it sort of follows the trends that German manufacturers were doing in those days. If you bought a German radio, they had all these tone control buttons. They would have a normal treble and bass, and that's true on this one back here as well, if you look at the radio part of it. It's got a treble and bass control, but then it's got this thing called the Klangregister, which is buttons for setting certain preset tonalities. One will say speech, one will say jazz, one will say orchestra, one will say solo, and a few other things, and you push them. Yeah, they're a little different, but it never really made any sense to me. Just use the bass and treble control to get the sound you want. So they were doing that also on the video side. There are 3 buttons on this one for video. You've got studio, film, and brilliance, or brilliance. And what these things are doing are boosting the high frequency or enhancing the edges. There's a differentiator stage. That upper triode there is a stage designed just to hit the top video frequencies and enhance them and add them back into the video signal. And the amount by which you add them is controlled by those 3 buttons. And the cool thing is here they use another saturable inductor to do the switching. It's not so easy to put these high frequency video signals through switches. You'll get degradation of various kinds. So they use DC through the switches to derive the current in the big coil you see up there at the right with the square ends. That's all just for DC magnetization. And then on the left side of that, you see a little rod with a smaller sort of choke-looking coil through it. There they are, running DC magnetization through that again to lower and raise its inductance. So in studio, which is no boost, you run this inductor very low inductance, so it's basically a short circuit and none of that enhanced upper frequency stuff gets into the video. And then with film or brilliance, it increases that inductance and more of the signal from that upper triode there gets added into it. And you can play with that back here. The main thing it does is, with our modern color TV signals, is it enhances the chroma dots really to the point that it becomes super annoying. You actually don't want all that boosted high frequency because that's the main thing that you'll see. So word of the wise here is put it on studio and leave it on studio for this set. But again, just pointing out some of the things that the German engineers put in. In those days, there was no color in Europe at all, not up until 1967. So they had no chroma dots to contend with, and if you wanted a sharper picture, you'd push these buttons and it probably looks pretty good. Yeah, so one thing that you face when you're going to restore a set like this and use it in America is you need to decide what to do with the video IF passband. It was originally designed for European channels, which are 7 megahertz wide, with the sound and video carriers 5.5 megahertz apart. So it really does support more definition and detail. If you really do run on the European 625 line standard, 25 frames per second, you get a significantly sharper picture that's really beautiful. But here in the US, it's not very common to play around with the foreign standards, and not everybody has one of these players at their disposal that will produce those signals. So, you know, the people I'm talking with on the forum, the most knowledgeable ones in this particular case were European and Australian guys. They were all saying, oh, don't touch that, leave that high bandwidth. We're so proud of our great TVs. And I'm looking at the whole situation and unfortunately came to the conclusion that, no, we're gonna align this thing NTSC so that it works very easily. They even suggested that you put in a little sound converter, which is a 1 megahertz mixer into the sound channel. That was commonly done in Europe for like US service people who had their TVs there in Europe or bought a European TV and wanted to take it back to the US, still have it work. But anyway, we don't have any of that stuff, so we ended up making a change. So you can see the original instructions show you how to align that IF bandwidth. And all I did is I just took all the numbers on the left and increased them by 1 megahertz. And this gives you the sharp roll-off and high frequency that we need to, you know, keep the sound carrier out and get nice sharpness. So what I did is I set it up as you see on the right, and the numbers on the left side of that curve are changed by 1 megahertz. And this was successful. It very reliably produces nice pictures, but now there's this question of the chroma dots. And at first, you know, I had no idea what those front panel switches were. It just looks like a big tone register, so I assumed it was all audio settings. Later we figured out, yeah, no, it's the 3 of them are for video and 3 of them for audio. And if you do the wrong things here, if you leave that wide video bandwidth and probably push the wrong button, the chroma dots are quite annoying. You can see in these two images, that doesn't look like what we're used to seeing on a black and white TV. We expect to see a little bit of the chroma dots, and we're kind of proud that our set is performing well if you can see a little bit of the chroma dots. But here, you're being hammered over the head with chroma dots, and it doesn't look nice. So once we made our adjustments, learned not to push that brilliance button on the front panel, you can get back to what looks like a well-tuned US receiver and have a very nice picture on it. And to finish off here, just a few words about the radio. This will be quite short. The radio inside is this Kuba 821W chassis, and it's the one interesting part of it is the output circuitry. Some of you already noticed by looking in the back. Oh, it's got 2 EL84 output tubes, push-pull, good quality sound. But, you know, I open this thing up and I'm starting to look at it and I go, oh, I think somebody has totally modified this thing. Nothing makes any sense. But eventually I figured out, no, this is a unique design. It's a push-pull output without a phase inverter. So how do you do that? There have been various tricks over the years, but the way they do it is they use something that was a known circuit to engineers in those days called a long-tail differential amplifier. And that's what that circuit is. It's a very unusual way to do the phase inversion, but it works. It also has a lot of negative feedback for reduced distortion. And then you'll also notice that the screen grids, there are 3 windings in the output transformer. The one on the left is for the screen grids. That's another sort of well-known, at least among hi-fi people, it's called the ultralinear design. You put a little signal on the screen grids as well as on the control grid. And so this was actually quite a high-end fancy amplifier, although not very high power. With 2 EL84s, you might expect to get as much as 15 watts of audio. This will only produce about 4 watts of audio. Still enough sound, but you sometimes want to hear more if you have a program with lots of bass or something. Now, this business of the speaker board, as I mentioned, the specification for the sail box was done for the later set with the shallower tube, and that's why this tube didn't fit right. Well, the other thing about the later box is that it was designed for stereo. So we've got all these holes in the speaker box, And one of them we couldn't even fill because if you put you put the speaker in there, it actually hits the picture tube. So one of those 8-inch woofers at the top is actually empty back here. We did fill all the rest with speakers. The original mono speaker board looks like the one in the lower right. That's taken from one of Jack Saunders' videos. Showing the arrangement of speakers. Not so many because it's not stereo. Still a lot of speakers, but not 8 speakers, which this one has. But anyway, we went with it. We filled all those holes with speakers and wired them up. Just for your information, there's only one speaker active on the TV. And that's the way it was originally designed. The audio systems are completely separate. You can play the two at once if you want. And so there's just one 8-inch speaker wired to the TV, which sounds fine, and then all the rest of the speakers are wired up mono, in this case, to the radio. And on top of all that, there's a few electrostatic horn tweeters on the bottom of the cabinet as well. So this is what we ended up doing. You can see one hole that's filled with a wood cover and various speakers. The 8-inch at the top, that's the TV speaker, and all the rest at the bottom are the radio speakers. And this is the electrostatic tweeters. The electrostatic part had been removed and was replaced with a modern dome tweeter. But I thought, well, let's do this the way they originally did it. Germans loved electrostatic tweeters. They use them all the time, and they always fail too, because they made them out of foam rubber. They had good chemists in Germany in 1959. They knew that foam rubber would only last for 7 months or whatever it was going to be. But nonetheless, that's the way they made them all. And so you take them apart, you replace the foam, which is basically crumbled to dust at this point. And in my case, I replaced it with a felt ring. The only thing that really goes wrong is that the little gold tab there, which is supposed to contact the metallization on the Mylar disc, the upper right thing there, that's a flexible plastic sheet with a little bit of metallization on it. That contact doesn't work if the pressure is gone because the foam is disintegrated. So you rebuild it like that and then it starts working. And then I actually ran them backwards. That black thing is supposed to be the back cover. I cut a hole in it because then it matches nicely with the end of that horn. And the speaker works perfectly well either way. So the back end is feeding the horn and the front end is blasting out the back of the TV right now. All right, so that's it for the story of this set. It's what I call the ultimate flamboyant cabinet design. I don't know if that's quite the right word, but you get the idea. It's an outrageous cabinet design, one that really catches your eye and something very, very special and unusual. The circuitry inside is a nice example of sort of high-end German TV circuitry from that time frame, and you got a chance to learn a little bit about that. And I have to admit, this was a ball to work on this set and restore it and get it to working. I'm still happy that Matt's going to take it home because I don't have room for something like that. But it was great to have this one pass through the workshop and get a chance to work on something like this. Okay, that's it. Any last questions before we head off to lunch? Yeah, Gilles.
Does it have a turntable?
Yeah, it does, yep. And you can go back there, and if you flip down that lower lid, you'll see there is a turntable on the left side down below. And it's a 3-speed changer, so it plays LPs, 78s, 45s. Mono, in this case. The later ones were stereo.
So this is all before the color era?
That's right, and the color era came much later in Europe than here. So here we've got color in 1954, sort of. Nobody really bought it or used it, but it was there. In Europe, they waited till 1967, I think, before. Gilles, you probably know that date, but 67 is when I believe color became active for the first time in Europe. So this, a set like this was as expensive and fancy of a television as you could buy. There was no color option out there to spend money on. Yep.
The video tube is a German video tube.
So the original tube, the AW5380, that was a made in Germany tube, although I think a replica of an American design because of the shape of the tube and everything about it. With an American tube, yep. Now, That being said, I don't think there would be a fundamental difference or problem with swapping between American and European tubes, other than perhaps that the neck diameter started to change as well when you get into the European tubes in the 60s.
I had a tube on my first television, the Dumont, and it had electromagnetic focusing.
Yes.
It actually had a focusing knob, which I've never seen anywhere else.
Yep. That's actually quite common, especially on sets from the 40s and 50s. I would say about half of them are magnetic focus, sometimes done by moving a big permanent magnet with a little screw.
There's a combination of both of them.
Yep, others are just a coil.
If you got the fixed one moved correctly, then you'd be able to adjust with the knob.
Yep.
And I remember when the engineer who brought the unit to us said, "Don't touch the focus." You know?
Yeah, sure,
because
sure.
people didn't really understand it.
What it was doing, yeah.
But I've never seen the tube used anywhere else that had that.
Yeah,
adjustment. It was
pretty common.
Electrostatic.
So electrostatic was also used, but I would say, like I say, about half the tubes used in the US in the 50s were for magnetic focus, and about half were for electrostatic focus. So yeah, and some, they have a knob that's either changing the voltage on the focusing grid for the electrostatic case, or changing the current through a focus coil if it's an electromagnetic focusing one. So that was very common.
The interesting thing on the tuner for the television was the mix of the FM.
Yep.
And you could go up beyond
Yep.
and get into the television band.
Absolutely. So yeah, no, we probably quite a few people here are familiar with that, and I have a set like that at home that has the continuous tuning right from VHF low through FM through various government frequencies and then up to the high band.
Well, I used to play with it because when I got into AM radio, I was able to tune the frequencies. I didn't have equipment.
That's right. Great for 2-meter ham band. Yeah, you could do that. Okay.
Get rid of the ion trap beam bender.
Yeah, so ion traps, seems to me that they were still in use here and there all the way through the 50s. They were very common in the 40s. I would say almost every tube had it in the 40s. In the 50s, there's a mix. Some that have it, and others that have the so-called bent gun that don't need it. No, I guess the bent gun does need it. But anyway, they had a different solution. Aluminized tubes, I think, was the real solution, where you didn't care anymore whether ions hit the screen because they didn't damage the screen. And luminization starts coming in seriously in the early 50s, late 40s. But I still see 1950s sets with ion traps on them.
All the tubes were luminized.
Yeah, sure.
By nature they are, but originally they used a straight gun, and the ion trap had 2 magnets.
Yes, double ion trap. Yep, I'm familiar with that too. Yeah.
Then they went to bent gun.
Bent gun with a single trap. Yep.
And then they came out with aluminization, which negated the need for it. But people still were resistant because of patent and extra cost and stuff. You still saw ion trap sets from some manufacturers, and even after they aluminized, you still saw ion traps used for adjusting focus and centering. So there were aluminized tubes that took ion.
And that's what I've observed as well. Not till about 1960 are the ion traps finally gone for good, from what I've seen. So yeah.
Were there problems with burn-in on the face?
So that relates to this question of ion traps.
Right.
So if an early tube did not have its ion trap properly adjusted, it would get burned in. Or the electrostatic sets, like the 7-inch electrostatic sets, which didn't have an ion trap, they all get burned in after a while and look kind of bad. So, okay, probably should cut it short here, let people go to lunch. I'll talk more.
I have one question. I was thinking that with the pre-war sets, you see these ion burns. What if you were to use a double ion trap on a new, let's say, a new pre-war tube, and then with the ions, they wouldn't hit the screen, they'd be removed, right, with a double ion trap, double magnet?
Seems like that would work. Yeah.
It would work.
Yep.
Yeah.
But there may not be physically room.
Yeah, depends a little bit on the gun configuration, whether it's...
The gun is going to determine where it needs to be, actually.
Right.
But it does sound plausible that you might be able to use an ion trap.
Except for one problem, you'll never find a new pre-war tube.
Well, preserving one that's not yet dead. But, the next speaker is Richard Dean. He travels up here from Southern California. Which city?
Seal Beach.
Seal Beach. Okay, and he has prepared a nice video that is a tour of his enormous and very interesting collection of TVs all the way back to the 1920s. So I think it's a treat of what you're going to see here this afternoon. So I think we've got enough people here on board that we can go ahead and get started. So take it away.
Okay, yeah, I'm Richard Dean, and like Tom said, I'm going to show you a tour of my TVs. This is not a technical presentation. This front picture here is a display I had here 2 years ago. I brought these two sets, a Farnsworth and an Andrea, same as the Andrea he has over there in the cabinet. Okay. See that start, okay. I'm going to show you my mechanical TV artifacts. This is a about 1928 television phone booth that was at a Chicago. It says, see where it says the fair up there? Is that like a county fair world in Chicago? And so video conferencing is not new. The perfection of it is, but so I collect artifacts like brochures and leaflets besides collecting television sets. Okay, this is a leaflet from for a Baird televisor from 1933 time period. Most of the TVs were kits back then. Let me stop this. This is a Dave and disc. See if I can. Okay. Okay. It's interesting people that you meet when you're collecting televisions. One of the persons that I had emails with was John Logie Bear's son. And I bought a leaflet from him, not this one, a different one on eBay. And I told him that, by the way, I got a bunch of other leaflets. So he said, well, he had very little of his dad's stuff. So he wanted to know if we could sort of trade stuff. So that's one example. There's a couple more examples I might tell you about as I go through here. The NIPCAL disc, named after a guy in about 1984, invented the NIPCAL disc. He had holes punched around the edge, a spiral, and it had neon light shining through it, and it would produce movement for doing television. It's funny, I collect television magazines from the 1920s and 30s, and one article was the history of television in the late 20s. And what happened, he was in Berlin, Germany, and he was looking through the phone book. He said, well, let's see if there's any NIPCALs in the phone book. So he went through the phone book, and he found Paul NIPCAL. So he went to the guy's house, knocked on the door. A woman comes there, and she said, do you know a Paul NIPCAL? And he said, just a minute. So he brought him to the door, and the story was, Paul NIPCAL's experiences with television. And he wrote that article for Television Magazine about the history of television. But this is, Dave and was an American company. There's the logo there again. That's on that disc. Now, I was at an ETF convention, and one of the tailgate items at the convention was this viewer there on the front, and a picture of the kind of set it would belong to. So I think I got it on the next picture here. There's a picture of that viewer. Okay. I already had that mirror drum down below. It's a 30 mirror drum. That's what goes into that set. So I bought that from the guy. Another interesting character that at that time he lived on a ship. It's called Mercy ships. That they were a hospital that would go around the world, and he was getting rid of his TV artifacts. So again, interesting people you run into in this collection. There's a picture of that 30. This is a 30 mirror drum. There are also like 32, and there's a guy in, I think it was Italy, or two guys. It was Mihai, M-I-H-A-Y, and Taub, T-A-U-B, and I think they had a two-sided mirror, and that would revolve and make 30 lines, 60 lines by having two different mirror mechanisms. Oh, I got that from Sherwood Forest, England, through the mail. This is a David amplifier here. The radio version's in black and the television version's in red. Actually, the one that says you can use both for both, but this one here on the box, I got the box and it says television amplifier on the box. Those are some TV toys I have behind it. Now, again, I buy everything mechanical that sort of comes up on eBay. This was here is the original box and original lens, never used for a Jenkins set. And no TV, just a lens in the box. So I got it for $20, so I bought it. Hoping that their TV will come along later. In fact, this TV came along later, but I didn't buy it, but a friend of mine bought this one, and he sent me pictures of it. You know, this shows you where the lens would go into that mechanical TV. Okay, these are Raytheon neon tubes for the neon light going through the NIPCAL disc. There's a box for the neon thing. I bought those like 7 years apart, but they're not. These here, people claim that these don't really work, these Visitron photoelectric cells, but it says for television experiments on them. This is from the late 20s again, so it's a nice artifact to own, even if they don't really work that well for doing it. Because usually the ones you see that are working, like the one ETF in Ohio has, their tubes are about that big for projecting light. And so they say these probably don't really give you much light out. Okay, this here is off of a box that another ETF collector has. He gave a presentation for ETF monthly meeting on the radio picture receiver. After he gave the presentation, I found a radio picture receiver on eBay, but it didn't have the box. Plus, actually, it's broken. Right down, see that crack on the bottom there? It's broken there, but another $25 item that it's really, this is earlier than television. This is like fax machine from 1926. And so, again, people didn't know what it was, so no one bid on it. Okay, now this, another artifact. This was advertised as a Western camera, a mechanical camera. And
are you sure it was a camera and not like our TV and not a reproducer?
I'm not sure what it is. The guy said he had it for a long time and he thought it was a camera.
That's what's inside of Visionette, right there.
No, but this one has more parts. This one has more parts. I got a Visionette at home, and I've compared the parts. See, here's the, they got 1, 2, 3, got four brackets plus the disc in the center. And it may be a Visionette, but again, I got this cheap at like $250, you know, so the motor was worth that. So I straightened the disc out. Here's the Emerson electric motor. Okay, here's a real camera here. Again, this is off the ETF site. I'm not sure where Steve got his picture at, but on the left of the picture, that is the camera and the shroud around it. So I'm not sure if, like you said, what I bought is, but I figure it's worth the price. Okay, Steve said I might want to mention where I got some of these things I have. This is where I got the Visionette from. That's me on the left, and that's the Visionette in the center. So I got that at an auction at the ETF meeting.
Where was that?
Yeah, Hilliard, Ohio. Here's my spare bedroom at home, and the Visionette and Andrea RCA TT5 and 2 Farnsworths on the, that's just a cabinet on the left, but the other Farnsworth has the chassis in it and stuff. Yes?
If I owned a Visionette,
Right.
what would I do with it?
Okay. I would go to the Narrowband TV Society, and they have software out there that will display a picture on a lot of different format mechanical sets. And I built a mechanical camera TV from Peter Yancer. And after 10 years, I was trying to get it working again, and I couldn't get it working. So I downloaded the NBTV software and tried it with just a display. And I produced somewhat of a picture. So that's one thing you could do. You could actually put a movie on the Visionette and watch the movie, you know, right? Because the movement is what you see versus the resolution. So that's one thing you could do with it. And you can impress your friends with talking about it.
Let me say that we have a running Visionette downstairs that I restored that has a scan converter in it that feeds regular NTSC into it, generates a 45-line picture. And nobody has been downstairs and seen the Visionette. Before you leave, go downstairs. If it's not started up, we'll start it up for you.
You get the bearings working yet?
The
bearings, are they?
The bearings are, I don't want to run it continuously because the bearings are starting to go.
Yeah.
But that's not an issue for today. So if you've nobody's actually seen mechanical television, we have it here, it's downstairs in operation.
Okay, I bought my Andrea top right-hand corner at another ETF auction. I bought a faceplate, original from 1939, from another collector, was just downsizing his collection, and he had just the faceplate, probably never used for an Andrea. They sold them separately. If you bought the chassis, you can buy either the cabinet or the faceplate, so I bought that from him. So, and on the top left is an RCA TT5, and this is another brochure here that I made into a t-shirt, and I actually made some magnets that if you want a free magnet, same as that t-shirt here, my wife's back there, she'll hand out you a free magnet. This is the adjustment wheel for the Western television. Now, here's a mechanical display from 1928-29 period where a lady's sitting there doing something with it. To me, it looked like it's facing the opposite direction from her. I guess she's watching it. Now, okay, this is interesting here. This is Dr. Alexandrian on the left and another scientist on the right. And I don't think this is a GE Octagon, but it looked like a bigger version of the Octagon set. His Octagon set is sort of famous in the mechanical TV world. And now what's interesting, that was a press photo, and here's a description of the press photo there. Let's see if this goes forward. But I have the blueprint from his lab right here. Again, somebody on eBay was saying they had the blueprint from Dr. Alexanderson's mechanical TV layout lab. And this is that blueprint I bought off of eBay. And here's the bottom. Let me see if I can get to the next. Okay, here's the bottom here where you can see where he signed it. And also his assistant, the other scientists also signed it there. So this is like 1928 time period schematic. I consider that a historical artifact. Okay, there's another collector. James Hawes has a mechanical TV site, and he wanted me to do some pictures of some Indians on my mechanical TV that I built. And so the scanning is not too good on this, but this is the mechanical TV receiver using the NBTV software. Again, I only have black and white, and the TV will do gray levels, but I was trying to get it to work. Okay, here is a Jenkins. I got the original brochures from a Jenkins TV that you would get if you bought it, but I bought these separately just as paperwork on eBay. The J stands for Jenkins on the neon lamp there. Radio visor kit. Oh, it's funny though. Another thing, I didn't have a picture of it. The mask for a Jenkins set. I bought a mask off of eBay. The mask only, you'd have to build your own cabinet and stuff. So again, it was cheap. Now this is a Jenkins radio station where you write back your experiences with the television. I got some of these cards from Jenkins, and I got some for some other manufacturers. Actually, I got two of these cards. This one's filled out, and I think I've got another one that's not filled out here. But but this is like I said, I collect magazines. It's funny, the one on the left, when it came out, it was issue number 1. But then 2 years later, a different issue number 1 came out. But they dropped all about, and it's called a television. And that's the one on the right. It's not issue 1. The issue 1 for the television news is the guy with a soldering iron. I don't know if you've ever seen that or not. And right below the television news is when that television news went out of business, they brought out Television magazine. They had the robots on the front. Some of them had green covers, some yellow covers, some red, orange. But basically the covers were the same with the same robot in different colors. Then Radio Review Television was another one to spin off of television news. And you all know about Science and Invention and Radio News and Electrical Experimenter. I think CHRS uses the one on the right, not my copy, but another copy of it. I see it on your newsletter, that Electrical Experimenter magazine. I must have 200, 300 magazines. Now here's some books that I have. Again, this is mostly mechanical TV books here. I also have some pre-war books. One is a friend of Farnsworth wrote a book about Farnsworth television, and then I got some Yorkian books. And the one on the left is actually the one on the bottom left that's covered up, that is General Television. They had a whole bunch of little blue scientific journals that came out. And this Frederick Collins up above is sort of a detailed book on early on television. That Taylor Vision, I met Taylor at ETF meeting, but I didn't have my book for him to sign. The red thing on the bottom, that's a pencil box. That back in the early days is like today you get souvenirs. You can get a television. It's actually transmitting of television to your home. I think I got 2 or 3 different color pencil boxes. They came in blue, green, and red, probably. And the one with the funny face on the second to the right on the bottom is like the first book on wireless television, but this is a reprint here. It's a really high quality reprint. But the original one, if you can find it, it's in at least $1,000 for that book. So the reprint was worth like $34.95, whatever it was. And the Romance and Reality of Television is the American inventor called Baird, who's not related to the John Logie Baird. It's like software television or something. He had it's not a mirror drum, but he had a drum with the mirrors were pointing inward on the set. And they have one of those at ETF, which is sort of unusual. This guy, Restoring Baird's Image. See if the next one comes up here. Okay. This is the guy that wrote that book. I ran into him in the mechanical TV room at ETF. Him and I talked about mechanical TV for about a half hour, an hour in there. And so I asked him, can I get your picture? So that's Don McLean. He found these disc or drums from like the Edison phonograph records, and he wanted to see the data that was on them. And on them was the John Logie Baird's experiments with television from the 1920s. And so he wrote computer software to extract that information off of these discs and drums. And they call it Restoring Baird's Image is the name of the book. He's a professor in the UK. Okay, told you about television news. This is a guy back in the 1930s applied to have a motor he designed in television news, and it was rejected. But it was interesting to get this letterhead and stuff where he applied and he said it was too complicated for their initial audience that they were looking at that time. Now this is the original brochure I have of the Visionette. Okay, this is a brochure of another Western television. And here's letters from Western. It says you get a free radio if you buy a TV. Now moving in the pre-war televisions. That's my Andrea set there. It was here 2 years ago. There's the faceplate I got for it. There's the back with the speaker on it. And there's the inventor of the set adjusting the dial. Okay, here's where I got my Andrea. You can see it on the top right up there. That's where it was sitting when I bought it. The guy with the microphone's the auctioneer. And someone, I don't know how I met, he wrote me, he said he had a bunch of Andrea brochures. I had like 12, 15 Andrea brochures. Okay, this is an RCA TT5. It's missing the mask when I bought it. Some guy in Long Beach, California inherited a TV shop that had been closed 5-7 years. And he went to the television shop, went up in the attic. This was in the attic sitting up there. And he called Steve and wanted to know what he could get for it. And then Steve called a guy in Pittsburgh, and the guy in Pittsburgh called me. I went over to the guy's house, made him an offer, and he took it. You know, and now you see this channels in the center there. That was an original RCA modification, like 1942, adding more stations. So it's not original to the set, but it's original to RCA to the set. Okay, I have a 3D printer, and I printed off some mask for that. And since I did that, again, the bottom mask is the real mask. And that's from a picture from that guy in Pittsburgh. He sent me that picture of the mask from the inside. And but I bought a computer-controlled router. I was going to route it out in wood to be more original than a 3D printed mask. That's some more Tri-Zip mask. Steve on his side, he actually made a mask, and for his, he needed one too. I got 3 radios that are sound for the RCA pre-war sets. Here's a photograph that was black and white, and I colorized it, of an RCA TV sitting on an RCA. I have this tube here, a 1933 magazine in television news. It says, build your own TV using this tube. So this tube is the tube of that magazine article that came out in 33, even though the tube says came out in 27. It's the same tube again. Okay, this is a magazine brochure, I think from about 1928. The tall grandfather clock looking thing, that's a television. It's a Farnsworth television that was brought to Franklin Institute in like 1928. Actually, it was 43, I guess. I guess I'm wrong. See, December 6, 43 on the bottom of the page. Anyway, that was the lead up to the next picture. Apparently, they got Farnsworth to get a membership in the Franklin Institute. So I have Philo Farnsworth's membership card for the Franklin Institute. I got this from Farnsworth's granddaughter.
What year? That's 64.
Yeah. Oh, good until 64. But if you look at the next slide here, it tells you when he became a member. Okay, 34 to 63, he was a member. And that was his new card for 64. Here's his address there, 734 East State Boulevard, Fort Wayne, Indiana. Okay, Farnsworth Museum in Indiana closed. And I went down to the auction of his museum. And Steve from ETF, Steve McBoy from ETF was there and some other collectors. And they had this tripod was supposedly for the first image detector camera that Farnsworth had. He had it mounted on this tripod. And this was supposedly verified by Farnsworth's wife. She's the one that said that. And there's a picture of one of his cameras on a tripod. It looks a little different than my tripod. Okay, now they had a photocopy of this magazine that came with the tripod. And after I bought it, I searched Google. There was none on eBay. I searched Google for it. And someone who sold rare magazines had this guitarist magazine for sale from 1940. So supposedly that tripod was supposed to be my tripod. Again, this is a guitar ukulele band. Farnsworth said he wasn't really interested in entertainment, so I don't know why one of his first things he did was this guitar ukulele band. A lot of his image detectors were used in furnaces, you know, regulating the heat and stuff, versus entertainment television. Okay, I got this from the Farnsworth Museum also. This is, supposedly there's two plaster casts made. One that is this one, and the other one went on some street curb somewhere. But this is Farnsworth of an early television. This thing's about that big. It's one of those things, if you see it, you buy it because you're not going to have another opportunity. Display. Just celebrate Farnsworth. Okay, since TV was at the 39 and the 39 and the 40 World's Fair, I got some World's Fair artifacts. There's a 39 World's Fair ticket stub. This is a GE from a 1940 fair, I think. Yeah, it said 1940. Here's, I've been televised in the RCA exhibit at the World's Fair. This is a television theater in Dallas, Texas, 1936. This is California Exposition, San Diego, 1936. So it's all previous to the World's Fair. Okay, here, at that same Farnsworth auction, I bought a broken image dissector. Supposedly a fully functional one sold there for $25,000. I bought this for $250 because it was the shape it was in. Here you can see where the two electrodes are broken off on the top. And so this is why I got it for $250 versus $25,000. Okay, I also bought this Farnsworth banner at that same auction. Okay, here's a pre-war oscilloscope made by Philco. Here's another early oscilloscope made by RCA. Again, the people out here know a lot more about oscilloscopes and test equipment and TV electronics than I do, so I see them, I bought them. On the right is that side of that one. There it is again on the left. Okay. If you look at this radio and television shop from 1939, in the right center, you see where it says television? That's this sign I have on here, right here. That's that sign in that that's actually in San Pedro, California. So that's a California picture. Again, I don't know if I would trust a liar radio and TV company. Okay. This will go faster because I'm not going to do much talking. Just let you look at the sets. This is storage I have in Belmont Heights. It's a Temple TV and an RCA console sitting under it. There's a Viewtone and an automatic 7-inch and a Dumont to the left and some other sets. RCA 621. The set on the left, the brown one's that Echo, a British set. The one on the right bottom's a Traveler. This is a Dumont here. There was a New York antique dealer that had a gigantic auction, like 20,000 items. And he had like Crookes tubes and artifacts from the 16th, 17th, 18th century, scientific artifacts from the 18th century and stuff. And he had a bunch of unique televisions. And I got this Dumont. He had 3 of these. There's only like 5 known in existence, and he had 3 of them. So I paid half as much you would pay for a pre-war for this set. And I had to have a guy that he would drive up and down from Florida to New Jersey all the time, and he drove the set from the auction house in New York to storage unit I had in Virginia. Now, this is when I was moving out to California after I had been out there for 20 years, and one of my trips out to Virginia, I brought that set back. So it had a well-traveled set. But I like big knobs. The set's about that tall. There's that Farnsworth set again. Again, there's Audio Karma is another website, or Video Karma, talking about TVs and stuff. One of the subjects out there is when you see a TV in a movie, TV show, talk about it. Addams Family thing would stick his hand out and change channels on the Farnsworth set. So that's a well-known artifact. This is a Philco 1000. Tom was asking for somebody to get a free one the other day. Okay, this is a Belmont Raytheon. Has a radio dial there. This is a 1946 set. It's 621 RCA. This is it's either a GE 801 or 8802. They're pretty much the same. One of them has full doors, the other one has half doors, like French doors on it. And it's similar to the pre-war set. On the pre-war set, the radio's on the right and the TV's on the left. But I'm sure the electronics are different. That's a Temple. It's one of 2 TVs I have of a built-in bubble. 7-inch set. That's a 630. That's a Motorola 105. This is a FATA. I got 2 FATAs. They look similar, but different model numbers. This is the mech. This is a National metal set. This is a National wood set. Has a W on the end of the nomenclature for it. Here's a Holocrafters. Yeah, I think there's a channel 1 on that. There's that mech again of a Tempo and an Admiral. This is an automatic built-in bubble. A lot of my TVs, they appear not to have knobs because when I moved from Virginia, I took the knobs off a lot of sets because I thought they would fall off and stuff during transit. And spent 14 years. Okay, here's a Raytheon. Now, I think this is a Raytheon, but it's a Coronado, and it should have the same big knob on this one. Actually, I made a reproduction knob with the other one to put on this one, but this is a Coronado, but I think they're the same set by two different.
They also sold those to Wards.
Coronado?
No, the Raytheons.
Oh, Raytheon, yeah.
You also see labeled airline.
Yeah. This is an Arvin 8-inch set. Metal cabinet again. Yep. Admiral. Okay, this is the first TV I bought for my collection. About 1994. Saw it in an antique shop, had a living room display in a window. They had a chair and the TV and a lamp, and I asked him, how much do you want for the TV? And he said, well, it's really a display. It's not really for sale. And then I said, you sure? And he said, how much will give me for it? So they sold it to me. So that started the whole thing. Okay, that's the Echo it's a British set. I think early 50s. There's the back of it. The bottom is a Raytheon 16-inch. Above it is a 8TS30. You have one out here in the lunchroom. That's a Traveler. I don't know what this is, but it looked like a television, so I bought it. No one knows what it is. It says it's a Nord, N-O-R-D. Okay, this is a Stuart Warner banner. Raytheon advertisement. Okay, I collect toys also. Mine's missing the cameraman on the bus. There's a cameraman on the bottom. Okay, this, the bank on the left is a UK bank, television bank. The cardboard thing is a, what's that doll? Barbie doll television. And then the top two TVs, you always see them in brown, but you never see white. These are like an Admiral TV on the left, and that's like a Raytheon on the right. And on the left on the bottom is a dog watching TV, and it's a planner. I also have cookie jars and all kind of other things. Cookie jar is that big with a cowboy on it. Now this, I don't know how many of you watched the Kraft Television Theater? Okay. Now if you ask me what do you do with a 3D printer, you scan your TV toys and you make duplicates. This is actual size of the two together. It's about 1/3 the size of the other one, but you can see the K on the 3D printed version one. Okay, I also got stuff from television schools, literature, brochures. This is a pen from National Schools in Los Angeles. The one on the bottom right is a DeForest pen that I don't know, these WISN TV stations and a CRT and a radio service and microphones. So again, you see them and they're reasonable priced. more TV stuff there. World's Fair on the left. Okay, here on the top of the TV is a bar. The top of it flips up, you have your liquor bottles and your glasses inside. So you don't have to turn your TV into a bar. You actually buy a bar that looks like a TV. And that's a Philco 700, I think that one below it is. Okay, here's matches that have TV advertisements on them. RCA, W Now, radio television station. Okay, here's probably one of my first TV collectibles when I was a kid. I watched the 1957 Secret Squadron, and my name's on that card, so.
Wow. Did you drink a lot of Ovaltine?
Yeah, I think you had to in order to get the card. Also this is yeah, this teaches you cryptography. You have three different rotors, 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, you write them in milk and hold them up to the light. Here's some Farnsworth original TV brochures.
Yeah, that was his brand that came apart.
Yeah, this is Don Lee Broadcasting, 1933, December 13th, or December 11th. In fact, I bought a bunch of Don Lee stuff in a packet off of eBay. This is CBS ticket to get into one of their things. This is a different CBS ticket. So the tickets got cheaper. Okay. This here. This is a short little video. I don't know if I got sound here or not. This is again TV spotting. This guy is a robber in a 1940s movie. He sees this TV. I guess you can hear the sound now. But that's about all I'm going to show you on that one. Now, what do you do when you see a TV in the wild or somewhere on a TV? You say, was that real or was it a prop? Well, I looked out on Google and all over, and I found brochures for it. No one has ever seen a TV except in that movie. And it's called the Hollywood, the TV. So it's whether it's in some back lot of some movie station somewhere, who knows? But I don't have one. Somebody says it's a 630 different cabinet. I don't know. This thing here is. Everybody's heard of pre-war mirror lid TVs, but they had post-war mirror lid. Yeah, this is a Spartan. Okay, someone claims this came out and it had 2 companion record player, radio, so it would be 3 times as wide. And they called it a triple thrill set. So that's a Spartan. This is a Stuart Warner mirror in the lid. This is a 10-inch. The Spartan's a 12-inch. Okay.
That Spartan was a 10 also.
Huh?
That Spartan's a 10 also. The big console was 12.
Okay.
The smaller one's a 10.
Olympic also made a Mariner lid set. I saw one for sale, but the car was filled with other stuff. That's that ETF. He gets 100 TVs every year that he puts up for sale. These are projection sets that I own. Actually, I own probably another 3 or 4 different projection sets. This one here, I think it's a Decca, UK. British set. On the left of it is a 1928 dental x-ray machine. So don't tell me why I bought that. Make a good Tesla coil. Here's where I bought it at ETF. Again, in the center there is the set for it. Now here's an RCA 648 PTK, I think it is. It has, what do you got, doors?
I had a phonograph and radio too.
Yeah.
No 48, no phonograph. I've got one. It has radio, but no phonograph.
Here's that Decca again. Okay, here's my German set. This is a Saba, S-A-B-A. That, on the right is the projection lens and a bunch of cables and stuff. If you open those doors up and controls in there, I haven't even hardly looked at it.
Those work really well when you get them running.
Yeah. This is a Scott 611 projection set. There's what the front looks like. When I saw this set, I really wanted it. And the guy wanted too much. He wanted like $1,200. So a different collector sold me this one for a lot cheaper. This is what it looks like when you fold it down. Now, since TVs came out in the 20s, they came out in kits. This was an unknown kit from the 1940s. There was a collector called Dave Johnson. He wrote a buyer's guide. A lot of Steve McVoy at ETF's early sets he bought from Dave Johnson. When he died, his wife brought a bunch of sets to the ETF auction, and I bought these 2 kits from him and some other stuff. Those 2 national sets I got from him also. I think everything he had was probably working, even though I haven't tried them out. This is a British kit set, has BBC One, ITV 1, 2. So, again, that was a Heathkit.
From England.
Okay.
It's a colored shell, I think, right?
Yeah, color tail. I got the 2 kits there when I bought them at ETF. That's where they were on a table there for sale. I got a color tail, but I don't have a picture of mine. But I have a CBS color wheel I have a picture of. Okay, here's some 7-inch consoles. This is a Majestic 7-inch. This reminded me of the first TV my parents had. It was a little tiny TV like this with a radio, TV, and had a wire recorder. I've never seen another TV with a wire recorder on it. So it may have been a Majestic, I don't know.
Sears sold one out of the Silvertone brand that had a wire recorder.
Yeah. Okay, this is an automatic 7-inch console. This is a Viewtone 7-inch console with no chassis. This is a Viewtone 7-inch TV, has a chassis. Now, I counted 101 TVs, but I gave 3 away to the U.S. Navy Land Museum in San Pedro. They were asking for TVs, so I gave them 2 Predictas and this airline radio TV 45 turntable set. I think Tom gave a talk on his airline here last year. There's a Viewtone ad. I think I colorized that one also. I don't have much color TV, so this is going to go fast. I got the brochures that came with my color wheel. This is my original brochure. Okay, this is Dave Johnson. He got this color wheel shroud. I'm not sure if there's a wheel in it from CBS, and he claims this is from their initial color experiments with a color wheel. So he was considered an expert in televisions. And here it is in my storage. Here's a color advertisement for Scrooge. Okay, that's it.
Okay, can you think of a set that he doesn't have? I'm not sure. Any questions for Richard before we wrap up? Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just wondering, is there something you're looking for that you would drive? Is there something you would drive 200 miles to get?
I've driven a lot further. I've driven all the way to Mystic,
what's on
Rhode Island for a set in the past.
Do you have 1 or 2 really
Okay, a Farnsworth
ideal things you would like to own?
a Farnsworth pre-war set. No one's ever seen or a Baird Model C. Yep, people can't find a Baird Model C either, even though they're in pictures. There are none to exist. And a Farnsworth, no one's ever, they showed that grandfather clock, Farnsworth. After it left the Franklin Institute, no one's ever seen it since.
All right, well, thank you, Richard.
Yes.
He drove more than 200 miles to get here. So.
Of all your units, how many have you tested and see if they work or not?
One. Like I said, I think all of them I bought from Dave Johnson probably work. And this one I bought, the Tempo, I drove to the county line of Kentucky to get that set. And the guy, he was another radio guy that worked at a radio station in Kentucky, but he said it worked, so I turned it on and it worked. But also those projection set, the Scott 611, that guy, he's Dave, what's his name? His last name is Roberts. Craig Roberts. He's was well known in the TV repair circles, and he claimed that projection set worked. And he said, "But don't bring it back." He was in Bowie, Maryland, and moved to Colorado. So actually, Colorado's closer to me now.
All right, well, thanks very much, Richard. That was a treat to see all those. Our next speaker is Kevin Hempson, and he's going to take us through some of the challenges of collecting television cameras. little different thing to collect, and you've also got quite a collection. So we're eager to take a look at that. So please.
Well, that's my name, Kevin, and I guess I got interested in collecting television cameras in 1965 when I joined the BBC. They were hard to come by in those days, and I actually built one from an American magazine at one point. But over the years, I've moved countries a few times, and I didn't bring any with me to America when I moved here, 1980. And over the years, I had other things to do, like racing sailboats and things like that. But eventually, I thought, I think probably when I worked for Ampex, there was a salvage department. We'd run around there on Thursday afternoons. When they opened the door, we'd run in and buy anything that was available that Ampex was getting rid of. And I probably got one of the first cameras from there. It was an Ampex camera, although I lie on here about which one it was. So let's jump in there. Was that it? No, it said enter. I'll try the other one then, page down. That's better. So a typical camera that people might start with, there's lots of these little industrial cameras around, and I've probably got more than my fair share of those. I probably have a total of 45, 50 cameras if you count everything that can put a lens on front. So this is kind of a typical one, maybe an educational establishment or a church or something. And it's interesting because it actually has a turret on the front and the big handle on the back. You rotate that and it'll bring a new lens into position. So you can go between wide angle and telephoto. So that's typical of what people might buy as a first camera. This one is near to my heart. When I first worked for the BBC, I actually worked on these. They were still on the air. They were still broadcasting pictures from these. And it's kind of interesting because these were loud. Not always, they're fairly well built, but if you went in the studio, you could hear them. So in this country, you're running 525 lines, and later on in England, 625 lines. And the horizontal frequency is like a little over 15 kilohertz, and you could certainly hear that, or I could when I started. Later on, I probably can't now. But if you went in a TV studio in England, and we were still running 405 lines at that time, and so the horizontal frequency is 10.125 kilohertz, and you can hear that, particularly if there's a collection of these cameras in there. That one's a 4.5-inch image orthicon, yeah. You'll see a little bit more detail in there. I've kind of concentrated, because I'm talking about generic subjects, I've kind of concentrated mostly on that camera channel. I actually have 4 of them, or 3.5 really. I bought a lot of stuff from Canada once, and I got 3.5 of those and several other British cameras in that shipment. So one of the challenges is finding them. The cost. Sometimes cameras can cost a lot of money because people learn that they're fairly rare and they can get a lot of money from them. Rarity, particularly English ones. Originally, my concept was collect English television cameras. Of course, you see a nice American TV camera or a Dutch TV camera, and you think, well, I can't allow that to go by, so you buy it as well. I think the Dutch and the American TV cameras outweigh my British cameras by a significant factor by now. The weight, I'm getting older, and last year I had something go wrong with me. My body can't lift as much anymore. But it's quite typical messing with cameras to have to lift 70 pounds. Now I'm down to more like 40, if I'm lucky. It's a good day. Complete systems. Complete systems are very hard to come by. TV cameras are a lot more than what you see in a TV studio. And what's happened through the years is people keep what appears to be a TV camera. They have it in the lobby of the TV station until they get tired of it, or somebody else buys it as an artifact. So a TV camera is usually what you find, but it needs a lot more than that. So finding a whole system is one of the challenges. Support equipment, it's not just a TV camera. There are lots of things literally to support it. You need a tripod or what we call a pedestal, a pan and tilt head, all those kind of parts, and something to watch it on, a monitor, and a waveform monitor, and so on. It doesn't stop. Documentation. Sadly, documentation does not get saved very often. And some of the early ones are not so bad. You can reverse engineer it, you can create a schematic. But over the years, as things got more and more complex, it's harder to find documentation. Finding a camera, well, eBay's a typical place. When I first started finding them on eBay, probably 25 years ago, you could find them easier, or it was worse, whichever way you look at it, because you could look up what other people were watching and buying. So the good news was you could get other people to do your search for you. The bad news was they bid against you when you started bidding. Craigslist, once in a while. User groups, that's a good possibility. And word of mouth. Somehow I got a bunch out of KCRA, not a bunch, but I got some parts from KCRA a few years back, and that was kind of word of mouth.
But they still have their TK-42 though.
They probably do, yeah. What did I get from them? It'll come to me in a few minutes.
That's where my 15-inch monitors came from.
Yeah, I got, the things I do remember getting from them was a microphone boom, a couple of earlier pedestals. A TK-47 camera head only, and a very nice pedestal. So they're not always complete, these cameras that you buy on eBay. Sometimes you know there's something missing, sometimes you don't. Here's a typical interior, you open it up and Unit 6 and Unit 7 are obviously missing. And sometimes parts are broken as well. Down in the bottom left, Unit 3, there's a close-up of it, and the board's been broke. These old, I don't know what they're called in this country, but we call them phenolic or something like that. Bakelite, yeah, we use that word also. And as it gets old, I guess it gets brittle and it breaks pretty easy. We thought it was cutting edge when I first started at the BBC. You know, it's printed circuit wiring inside a camera. It's great. Viewfinders sometimes disappear because a viewfinder basically is a little monitor. And 30 years ago, little monitors were hard to come by. So this is from another British camera. I don't have any other pictures of that camera. It's a Pi camera. And basically a monitor is what it says. You know, it's a TV receiver with no audio parts. And usually fairly high quality. The scan geometry and the resolution were quite good. I got a message you don't have. And I guess that means we're going to do something. Let's cross one off your list. Pick a time, remind me tomorrow. I don't want any of those.
Yeah, let's remind me tomorrow.
Sounds good. I won't be here tomorrow. So I talked about support, and this one, I'm getting louder. I talked about support, and this one's one of the easier ones. This is a tripod, strong enough to support quite a few of these cameras, and still fairly light. The drill is there, by the way, on some of these user things on Facebook. They say include a banana for scale. Well, I didn't have a banana, so I used a drill instead. That's not too bad a camera support either. It weighs like 20, 25 pounds, so it's fairly easy to move around. Then, of course, you need a pan and tilt head. This is Vinton, pretty much the Rolls-Royce of pan and tilt and pedestals and so on. This is quite a nice pedestal, quite a nice pan and tilt head. Getting a little heavier, we're now up to 45 pounds for this, so sets on there. It's got lots of nice features. The little half circle thing is basically a part of a disc brake, if you think of it that way. So you can apply pressure and it doesn't tilt too fast. Well, not always, but cameras have different ways of mounting them. A lot of them have a big screw on the bottom, and you mount it to the pan and tilt head with a large screw. But a common method, because it's very easy to move the cameras around, put them on and off different pedestals, is this wedge plate. And it goes into, it's like a dovetail. Those seem to get lost a lot, so it's always hard to find them. And people have learnt on eBay that they're worth quite a bit because it's a pain without them. So typically a wedge plate will fetch $300 to $800. All it is a piece of aluminum with. So at one point I'm going to have to get busy with my milling machine and make some extras. Center of gravity. This is a 4.5-inch camera, TK60 from RCA. And these things are quite heavy. That camera with the lenses on front, we're probably talking over 100 pounds. And as you tilt it forwards or backwards, you'd like the center of gravity to stay where it is. Otherwise, you're going to be catching up with it as you go forwards. In this case, this is an old, I think it's Houston Fearless, but it's a roller system, so it kind of rolls backwards and forwards. Cradle, that's the right word. And so it tries to keep the center of gravity somewhere about correct. I guess it didn't work that great because it went out of favor fairly quickly, but...
They were used a lot on the TK41 color.
Okay. Yeah, you probably need it on that. So the center of gravity, this is a scanning yoke. The round cylindrical object is a scanning yoke for a 4.5-inch camera tube. And it weighs a significant amount. I can't remember. It's probably 20 or 30 pounds. So as that goes backwards and forwards, because we're focusing a camera, the lenses are stationary and the image plane is moved backwards and forwards relative to the lens. So this yoke is going backwards and forwards and obviously changes the center of gravity of the camera. So RCA, in their wisdom, I don't have a complete camera, but the electronic chassis there was coupled to the yoke, so as the yoke went backwards, the electronic chassis went forwards inside the camera, and so they helped counterbalance the position. Interesting. The other way of doing it, I stole this off the web, and they didn't want me to steal it, so they put little red lines through it or something. But this is one of the techniques of making the balance a little better. You see the roller in the bottom of the curved area at the bottom of the picture. So as you tilt it forwards, the cam presses down on the roller harder and it provides some resistance. So it counteracts the outer balance of the camera. That was a later version. Typically they were inside and you couldn't see them. So that's why I had to steal it off the internet, because it's easier to see. Well, now you're going to need lenses. You've bought your camera, and on these old cameras, typically they had 4 lenses. This camera can actually have 5. There's a blank plate over to the right. So you need 4 lenses, and people see lenses going free from the TV station. They think, oh wow, I can use that for 35mm. Well, actually, these lenses, they could, because the format of these lenses is the same size as a 35mm still camera. And unfortunately, that means that people like them. So typically, if you go on eBay at the moment to look for this kind of lens and this kind of mount, you can find them, but it will be somewhere between $700 and $2,000 per lens. So that becomes a challenge, getting enough lenses to do this. I've done it with a few of my cameras before they got ridiculously expensive. They were still expensive. And then this green camera, the EMI 203, I have 3.5 of those, as I said. So one of them will actually have a zoom lens. They made them and fitted an early zoom lens to some of them. And here we have some early zoom lenses. The one I'm going to fit to the green camera is the one on the bottom right over the side. That's the standard mount for that camera, the disc with a little notch cut in it. At the back is one of the very early zoom lenses for television cameras. It's significantly long and crude. Then the one at the front left is a more modern camera. You find that it probably fit the little red camera over there, and it has what's called a B4 mount, and it became fairly popular and makes it easier to fit a lens to a camera. A more modern lens for a studio camera. So they're starting to get a little smaller. When I say smaller, the front lens is about that much in diameter, and it still weighs 40, 50 pounds. So last year I used to be able to put these lenses on my own. Nowadays I have to have somebody to help me, because you have to get the angle just right to clip it in. And they're not all compatible, unfortunately. So in the center there, with the rear element, you see the B4 mount. That one's convenient. It is compatible with a lot of cameras nowadays. But where they put the little wedge at the top, it's half a dovetail, and where they put the pin at the bottom and the connector, it moves around a little bit from one camera manufacturer to the other. So that one doesn't fit the camera I bought it for. And it cost me $600, so it's a shame. I'll have to buy a camera that fits it. Another part of the lens situation is that the distance between that mount, we'll call that a reference plane, and where the image plane is varies depending on what kind of camera you're looking at. So for example, some of the cameras I'm working on at the moment have half-inch CCDs in them. And because it's a smaller device, the CCD is a lot closer to the lens. Earlier cameras, it depended on where the color splitter was and what kind of thing it was splitting to. So the imaging is coming in on the left, about in line where you see the little hole on the casting. And then it's being split up into 3 colors, red, green, and blue, with what's called a dichroic block. And this was a block of, it was a bunch of prisms glued together, and they were set up so they would separate the color into the 3 reds and greens and blues. And then each of those little black boxes is the preamplifier on the scanning section. So there was a lot more distance than there was on earlier cameras, where you're just focusing on something that far away. Now it's effectively that far away. So that back focal distance is a variable on finding lenses. Talking about the imaging devices, these are the earlier ones. So at the top is a 5-inch iconoscope. And that was popular in the 50s, barely in the 50s even. And then we have the 3-inch, the scanning assembly, and the tube next to it, which is white on the inside. You all know what that means, I assume. So the tube on the right-hand side is a 3-inch image orthicon. And I've been using it. You see it's got paper on the front, and I'll tell you why it's got paper with the center marked on it later. And then on the left is the 4.5-inch image orthicon setup, the tube and the scanning assembly. And that's a significant amount of weight and size, of course. So those are some of the things that are difficult: getting lenses, getting a complete system. Now you really need to connect all this stuff together. And we have a camera control unit, we have a power supply, we have a camera, and a control panel in many cases. So you need a whole bunch of cables. And yeah, you can buy the connectors and build them yourselves, but it's tedious building all these cables. So we buy these cables. If you're lucky, you can find them. The camera cable in this case, the big thick one at the bottom of the pile, that's probably a 100-foot camera cable, but it still weighs over 50 pounds. So that was the hard work if you were setting up for an outside broadcast or something. You had to carry not 100 foot, but hundreds of feet of camera cable. Even though this is an analog camera, you can actually run 1,000 feet of this cable. And it has a correction for that sort of length by correcting the video, and the power supplies going to the camera need to be corrected. So camera cables, through the years, they got more and more complicated. The one on the left, I think is called a TV36. I may have got the number wrong, but that's what you would find on the TK series of RCA cameras, various cameras. 3 coaxes, you see the 3 coaxes on the bottom. So we'd send horizontal timing pulses, and one would bring the video from the camera back to the studio control room, and then the third one would carry a nice quality video image up to the viewfinder, in some cases, and then a bunch of pins for other applications. And then, of course, along came color, and color, you've now got red, green, and blue, so you need 3 of everything. So now we get to that one in the middle there, which is significantly more pins, and not something I would want to make up myself.
What kind of a camera did that go to?
You know, I'm not sure offhand.
The TK41 had
3 separate ones, yeah. And, yeah, I can't remember which one it really is. PC60s and 70s had 2 to start with, yeah. That was a way of doing it, but in this case, this tried to get everything in one camera cable. The Ampex camera that I first got from the salvage department, that was red, green, and blue outputs, but by now, this is the 3rd one over, and by now they'd learned how to multiplex a lot of signals together to connect to to correct the voltages on the tubes themselves. So there was a multiplex scheme, still analog obviously at the end, but there was a multiplex scheme to do that. Then finally over to the right is what you find nowadays. It's called triax. So it's like a piece of coax cable, and in the middle we carry DC to the camera to make the camera work, and AC coupled to that is RF signals going both ways. So it's like a bunch of radio transmitters carrying signals. And then the outer one is a protection. That's the ground between the studio and the camera. Nowadays they have gone to, where they're still doing it with a cable, they have gone to some kind of special triax where there's a couple of optical fibers in there and then another couple of wires for the power. That's an alternative way of doing it. So there's a triax connector on the back of a camera. It's quite a good size, it's this much in diameter, but at least it's a lot more simple. We talk about the optical, the carriers, the little transmitters and receivers. There's a significant number of signals sent up and down that cable. That's a list of it. You notice the important one is up in the megahertz. It's 112 megahertz. All sorts of things going on. There's a lot of communications going on between the studio control room and the cameraman. So you want to be able to talk to him, he needs to be able to talk back. There's probably another one with a microphone mounted on the camera. There's the engineering guy working the camera. There's the production people talking to people. So there's a lot of audio circuits within that triax signal. This is a quick idea. There's 200 megahertz of bandwidth looking at one of these cables. You can see a bunch of carriers in there. Down at the bottom end is where all the audio ones are. That's 0 to 2 megahertz with the audio signals. So this is the camera I've been talking about mostly, EMI 203, 4.5-inch image orthogon. British camera, came out in about 1960, 61.
All the power switches are upside down.
No, you guys put them upside down, not the British. And that's sitting on one of the pedestals I mentioned, so that pedestal weighs quite a lot. And it's a very nice pedestal. I'm lucky to actually got one, because even though they've been around for 45, 50 years, they're still liked in modern TV studios where they've got any camera of any size. One of the things is that you can take the camera down to being about that far off the ground, or you can take it up to being about that far, because it has 3 sections inside that tube in the middle. and the camera's weight is balanced out in this one by compressed nitrogen. In a lot of the later ones, compressed air. So you can actually move that camera, the camera and the lenses and that pan and tilt head, we're talking 140 pounds. You can move it up and down with one finger. It's well adjusted.
Vinton was at the NAB show this year.
The which show?
Vinton was at the NAB.
NAB, yeah, they're still making modern versions of all of this. They've been a very successful company. So to make a complete camera system, you need a lot of parts. So in this case, starting on the bottom row, over on the left is the power supply. And then the next one in is the processing unit that takes all the video signal and processes it and makes it suitable for broadcasting. Then if you're lucky, you can actually get some of the ancillary parts as well. The monitor that matches this system, the waveform monitor above it, and the control panel on the far left at the top of the stack. So those are kind of a full system. I included the Tektronix pulse generator because you're not going anywhere without the Tektronix pulse generator. On this era of cameras, you fed them with 4 signals so that they were all in sync, so you can mix between one and another in the studio. You had composite syncs, which is going to get added to the signal for the TV receiver. You had blanking, which you needed for the retrace time. And you had horizontal drive and vertical drive, so like separated syncs. So you really did need that. I show it here with typical equipment we mended it with back in the 60s. The oscilloscope, telequipment, which eventually got bought out by Tektronix, and the AVO multimeter. To us, it was the Rolls-Royce of multimeters. In this country, I guess it's a different make. I've forgotten the name offhand.
What does it cost altogether?
This whole set, in the original time, it was probably the equivalent nowadays of $250,000. Nowadays, you probably, to buy that setup nowadays would probably cost you $3,000, $4,000. Prices have sort of gone up because of the rarity. And of course, that whole lot weighs a lot as well.
In terms of modern equipment, contemporary equipment today, do they have the equivalent of this, or has it been simplified?
It varies. In a lot of cases nowadays, it's a single unit. But very often it does go back through one of those triaxes so that you can increase the utility by having the various talkbacks, the communication channels, and you can do certain things from the studio then. But a lot of it is just the camera head nowadays. And in some cases, it's got the recorder right there on the back. In other cases, it's communicating with radio frequency back to some base. So I've probably shown you this picture in the past, but there is the EMI 203 in the middle. And on the left is another version, a later version of the Vinton pedestal, complete with the TK47 on it. That was the setup that KCRA gave me. Not KCRA, KRON, the CBS station in Sacramento.
Oh, that would be these days. Well, it would have been KXTV back in the day, but it's probably KOVR is now.
Yeah, I'm not.
Now CBS.
Channel is well, I live up near Sacramento, so it's channel 13, and then they have a second channel called channel 31. Yeah.
But they switched affiliates back in the 80s.
Oh, okay.
So KXTV was CBS up until then.
Okay.
Now
Okay.
KOVR is CBS.
Yeah, I'm dyslexic when it comes to remembering numbers and numbers and names.
I'm from there too.
Okay, so you know the setup there. And then on the right is another RCA camera, the TK11, or you can call it a TK31. Depends on whether you used it in a studio or you used it out in the field. A while back I did assemble a few more of the cameras all together. And sort of from early days where we had 16 millimeter, you can pick that out by the Mickey Mouse ears on the top. Below it is a telecine camera, which uses a 5-inch tube. And working through, the Ampex one is to the right of the 203 that I've been talking about. That's what brought me to the US, actually. I was very familiar with it, and I was good at fixing the problems on it. So I came over here. I wasn't in the design engineering, I was in what was called sustaining engineering. And you fix the things that had been designed wrongly. and then there's a couple of Philips, and then some RCAs. And then the Philips over on the far right, that's kind of a hybrid. It's a small camera which you can carry on your shoulder, but what they did is they fitted it onto what they call a sled, and in the bottom it has the triax communication system and everything. So it made it suitable to have one line of cameras. Somebody could be having a shoulder mount, and somebody could have a tripod mount. One of the things you don't always think about, but while you're wheeling these very heavy monsters around in a TV studio, you don't want to be running over the cables all the time. So something you watch out for is cable guards. So these come very close to the ground, and they push cables ahead of them so that you're not running over the cables as you move around the studio. Typically I lift them up because the floor where I keep them is not perfectly flat, and they hit the ground as you go over bumps and so on. And I'm not making programs anyhow. I alluded to the fact that the manuals can be hard to come by, and over the years, these are maybe 40 pages, maybe less than that even. This is for the TK31 and or 11. And the manuals were pretty small, and some people copied them anyhow and put them online, so at least you could get to them. But as time went by, the manuals started getting fatter and fatter. And that may only be part of the camera system.
Are there separate repair manuals?
Not anymore, really. In those days when the TK47 was put out there, it probably did have a manual that I mistook that. It would have a theory manual, a parts list, and the circuits. Nowadays, what you find is, yes, you only get the operator's manual. So it's not usually a lot of use if you're mending one. It's harder and harder to find the schematics.
We also noticed that is volume 3 from the set.
Yeah, volume 3, very perceptive, yeah. So typically I've got many projects on the go at one time. There's a TK28 in the middle of the room. You see it about a third of the way over in the middle there's a round drum shaped thing. That's a 35 millimeter projector. And then to the right of it, if you could see, well, just to the right of it and up a little, you see a 16 millimeter projector. And then there's a camera, which is in a mounting rack. It's actually a 19-inch rack. And that's a telecine system. And a multiplexer.
So you've got the
whole system, yeah. And I work on that when I can't work on other things, because one part of it, each system was somewhat custom, and I'm still figuring out what they did to make it a custom one. But I do have manuals on most of the parts. So that's a kind of a background project. More recently was putting the parts together for this show. The lens is on the bench nearest to us, because I've been working on a Philips TK9, and I've been trying to get that working. But unfortunately, I have no manual for that one at all. So the best I can do is, the power supply is dead on it as well, and the power supply is pretty complex on those, because it's receiving minus 80 volts and making decision factors on whether it should turn on or off, and lots of other things. And they convert it to an AC, to high frequency and other voltages. In the way background, you probably spot a TK31. I was approached by Channel 31 And they did a 16-minute interview a couple of months back. And then the guy who interviewed me, Corey, he does a program called Good Day Sacramento. And he did an interview, a 16-minute interview, which I meant to put the email, the internet address for, but I've forgotten. And he wants to come back at some point and do, he's going to be a fake, well, the name has gone by now, Walter Cronkite. He wants to dress like Walter Cronkite and have me set up a couple of cameras and do a program for him. And keeping 2 TK11s running is a challenge all the time. So what I'm doing is I'm actually putting a little modern CCD camera in place of the scanning system. And I'm going to run the image out from that, which will be on 525 analog, of course. It will run into a switcher, and then it will come out of the switcher, and it'll go through format conversion. It comes out of the switcher and gets turned to SDI first, serial digital interface. And then it gets turned into high definition format, and then they can use it and feed their studios with it. So that's another little project I'm working on at the moment. You probably spot some other things, but we won't search. Oh, here's part of it. What I'm using is these little JVC blocks, which produce quite reasonable images. They're 2/3 inch chips in them, and they can be gen-locked, which means you feed them syncs from the studio, and they will synchronize to the studio, and you can adjust the phase so that back at the studio they're in phase with the other pictures. And you can fit the C-mount as well, by the way, so it's easier to come by lenses. The C-mount lenses are pretty popular. The challenge is, though, that the 3-inch and the 4.5-inch, actually, the format of the image on the front of the tube is 35mm. And so all the lenses are going to project an image. The 50mm lens, for example, is going to be a standard angle of image. But if you project that onto a 2/3 inch tube, it's going to be like a telephoto lens. So the image, you're only going to get a little bit of it. So now I've got to somehow convert the image, and I've tried various things. And I think the easiest one to do for 2 cameras is this zoom lens in the middle there has a filter holder. And I can actually, if I put something in the filter holder, in the macro setting, I can actually focus on it, and it just about comes out right with the right settings, comes out the right size on the little camera. So the plan is that will sit behind the real lenses on the camera. They will project a 35mm image onto the ground glass in there, and then that will photograph that. So it'll look pretty much the right size. Working on these cameras, they're all little boards, all pushed in side by side on the more modern ones. The only way you can work on them is you need an extender board, and they come in all shapes and sizes, so that's another thing you're always watching for, an extender board for something you've already got. I'm still trying to make one for the Philips LDK9. I got the wrong size connectors. The IEC connectors come in many sizes. So here's a sort of quick walkthrough. How we're doing for time?
A few more minutes.
A few more minutes. So this is a quick walkthrough, and I won't say a lot about each one. There's American RCA, British Pi, English EMI, another RCA in the background, TK44, yeah. That's what makes them TK33s instead of TK11s, because they have the field transportable base electronics. You see in each case there's the processing unit with the power supply right down below. Closer shot of the Pi. That's a nice camera. And for a long time I didn't even try to do anything with it because I had no schematics. But late last year I got the schematics to it, so I'd like to get that one working. And Probably have to put a little bit of paint here and there. The front and rear castings are magnesium alloy castings, so I need to protect them from the weather. By the way, when we had the big rains a few months back, it flooded several of my areas, and I lost a few manuals as a result. Another shot, TK-47 up over on the left there, and VPR. I don't typically, although I work for Ampex, I don't typically collect video recorders, but the VPR-20, which is the box sitting on the floor, was typically used with the camera up to its upper right, which is one of the shoulder portable cameras. But that's not the whole camera. There's a backpack that goes on about the size of a carry-on suitcase that you wear on your back with batteries and the camera. And I remember walking around Brussels one day doing some filming, and I was tired at the end of that day. TK-47 over there. The 44 again.
So basically, you can only get these to work somewhat to check them out because you lack all the complex.
Yeah, without the manuals, it's very hard to get them all the way there. And some of them I have taken the route of plug it in and see what smokes. Sometimes it's okay, sometimes it isn't. I haven't, and some people make significant money from doing that. And maybe the two TK11s with the modern cameras inside would be a benefit to that. Let me just step through some then. BCC 10 and BCC 20 from Ampex. Yeah.
You know, there's a DMI 2300?
203.
Or was it 203?
Yeah.
That was a movie star.
LDK 26, some of the more portable cameras on the shelves. 16mm, that's where it started.
Did you ever want to get your hands on an EMI 2001?
You know, I loved that camera when I was first in the BBC, and one of the cameras I built from scratch is I folded up aluminum and welded the front plates on, and I was building my own copy of a 201. Microphone boom, generic shop. Sometimes you get switcher panels. Usually those are hard to come by. The one on the right, the big switcher panel, came out of Tammy Faye Baker's studio when it closed down. Yeah, so mostly control panels for the different cameras. TK60, but unfortunately somebody took the guts out and they put a TK76 in there. They wanted it to look like a big camera in the studio. And that's one for John over there. That's an image dissector assembly. I actually have the tube as well. And all those holes have tubes in them, which are all VR150s or VR85, one of those two. I'm a little Image dissector is an imaging tube. It's one of the earlier ones, not very sensitive. I think this one was probably for some industrial application. And which just reminded me of something else. Oh yeah, the vacuum tubes. Vacuum tubes can be a challenge. The green camera I've been showing you, the complete system, there are 80 vacuum tubes in there. So just collecting all the tubes can be a challenge.
We can help. The EMI studio camera, was it the 230?
203, the big camera, yeah. And that is the core of my collection, really.
That was a movie star. You know what movie it was in?
Oh.
A Hard Day's Night.
Oh, yeah. I do have some photographs of shots in TV studios and the big Pi camera and the EMI 203. There's shots with the Beatles leaning on those cameras. I didn't include them, but...
How to succeed in business without really trying at TK-41.
Did it? Oh.
And also Elvis's partner, Elvis, Jailhouse Rock. I think they had TK-41s in that.
Yeah, there's certainly a business renting these things out. I watched Father Brown as a British series, and they had one recently where they had several cameras in the studio, and one of them I could see that they'd put a monitor inside. The waveform monitor wasn't working, and the cameras probably weren't working.
Okay, we should wrap this one up, and you can always catch Kevin for more questions in a moment. Okay, so our next speaker, our final speaker, is John Staples. He's going to tell us the story of single tube color TV cameras. Lots of color TV cameras came before with more than a single tube, and we'll get the story of how they managed to make a single tube work.
Anyway, I'm going to talk about a single tube color camera. We've got one sitting right over there. You can see its image on the monitor, and it is not the best camera. What I'm going to talk to you today, remember this morning I said that when I was in Chicago, or in New York, back in 1954, I was 13 at the time, I was traveling with my father, saw this demonstration of color television at the RCA place, saw color television for the first time in my life since I was dreaming in monaural. Before that, I started dreaming in color after that. It totally changed my brain to see color television. And so I've been fascinated with it ever since. Anyway, I'm going to talk about a particular camera, but my fascination with the color, I'm going to say a little bit about color, and I'm going to run through a couple of other topics here. But we see the world in color. Back in the days, the very early days of film were hand colored. Can you imagine people with their paints painting every single frame of a film? The colors come to us because they're part of the electromagnetic spectrum. That spectrum goes all the way down to the radio frequencies and way up to gamma ray frequencies, but it's all electromagnetic rays. Let's take a little closer look at it. In the middle part of the spectrum, and I've got the spectrum reversed in this picture right now, over to the left-hand side is the high frequency ionizing radiation part of the spectrum, the X-rays. These don't you really want too many in your body. On the other side of the spectrum, we go down to the very low frequencies, but everything in the spectrum is electromagnetic radiation, and therefore they're photons. A radio transmitter is emitting photons right from the antenna, just like photons from the sun. This spectrum that you see down here in the lower right is the spectrum from the sun, and that spectrum would lead to the actual discovery of quantum mechanics. This spectrum, it's called a black body spectrum. You think the sun's not black, it's very bright. But in physics terms, it's a black body because it's as permeable to radiation coming out as it is to going in. For example, a non-black body device would be your thermos bottle, which is silvered, which keeps photons from going through. The sun has this particular spectrum. It has about a 6,000 degree Kelvin spectrum. And to explain that spectrum, the quanta was discovered. And that's where quantum mechanics came. Now our eyes, of course, we have eyes that are color sensitive. We have the rods and the cones. For the cones, we have three different color sensors: the blue, the green, and the red. But the rods are sort of our night vision, and it turns out they don't all have the same sensitivity. In fact, the rods in your eye have a sensitivity about 100 to 1,000 times the sensitivity of the cones in your eyes. In fact, a dark adapted eye can actually see down to about a single photon level. which is as good as our best photo detectors we use in physics experiments. You know, the whole retina of the eye is backwards. The light has to come in through the eye, go through this nerve network to the retina, and there's a lot of color, there's a lot of image processing that goes on in that nerve network. What's going through the optic nerve from your eye to your brain is not an image at all. It's little things like edge detection and things like that. Now, can everybody read the number there in that, right here? Can everybody read a number in there? Everybody read? Okay, so we don't have any colorblind people? Okay.
26, 16 or 26?
It's,
I don't see a number.
you don't see a number. Okay.
I see objects, but not coherently.
I see 16. I see 16.
16.
Everybody see 16? Okay. All right. Anyway, let's take a look at, before getting into the cameras, let's take a look at the very early attempts to actually show full color CRT displays. I'm not going to talk about sequential color, CBS color, spinning color wheels. I'm going to talk about the actual attempts to make 3D or actually color, not 3D, but color displays. Now, Baird originally had a two-color display. We had a phosphor on one side of this plate inside and another phosphor on the other side. One phosphor was probably about orange and the other one was sort of bluish. And you could get some good flesh tones, but not much better. But you're looking at a screen inside of this great big fish bowl. It didn't fit very well into a cabinet. The 3 Nobel Prize winners from Lawrence Berkeley Laboratory, a place that I'm proud to say that I'm working with, and so was Kent's doing some work up there, and I know we have a couple more physicists here, and our Nobel Prize winners, it would be Fermi, it would be Ed McMillan and Lou Alvarez, came up with the idea for what they call a chromatron, and the chromatron was a sort of tube that had the 3 colors at the screen and a deflection system consisting of wires near the screen that had enough potential that they could actually bend the beam toward the red or the green or the blue phosphor. It turned out that this was excited by about a 4 point something megahertz oscillator on the outside of the screen that would have enough voltage on those to deflect it. But it turned out one of the things that really killed it is it required several tens of watts of power to power that thing. The FCC was not at all happy with a television set that was irradiating, tens of watts of power from the CRT. Paramount got involved with it. Paramount finally later on sold the whole thing out, and the whole thing died. But it was sort of a nice attempt at a real single gun tube. Another type of tube, and this kind of gets us a little closer to the type of imagers that we use in the single gun cameras, is the indexed color tube, where inside the faceplate of the tube, we'd have our color stripes, red, green, and blue, but we'd have another stripe, and that stripe, there were a couple different types of tubes here. One of the stripes would emit a very short wavelength light, ultraviolet light, that then could be picked up by a photocell on the side of the tube, and that would tell you where the beam is. The reason that you had to find out, have indexing, is that you could never have a horizontal deflection system that was linear enough that you could predict where that beam was going to be on the red or the green or the blue phosphor. So there had to be some way to figure out feedback where that beam was, and these extra stripes inside the tube emitting the ultraviolet would trigger the photocell. There was another version of this that actually, instead of using the ultraviolet emitting stripes, they would be electron emitters, so it would also emit electrons, but the electrons take their time to get to whatever is picking them up, sort of the equivalent of the photomultiplier, but it would be an electron, but they would take too long to get there, and so that tube would also have to have a second beam coming from the photocathode that was a tracer beam, and that would be the beam that would be feeding the electrons back because of the time delay to get the electrons back. The light is traveling at the speed of light. If it's ultraviolet, the electrons are not. They take some time to get there. Well, that tube sort of didn't work, and so we went on and looked at some other ideas. And these are the trinoscopes. And the trinoscopes simply combine 3 color cathode ray tubes with mirrors and filters, dichroic filters and such. And Richard Deal, who is one of us, but unfortunately just doesn't make our meetings anymore, several years ago in one of our meetings demonstrated a trinoscope that he put together with little 2-inch tubes, the prism array and the magnifier, and it really worked very well. Now, when RCA was demonstrating their color signal, their color system to the FCC, they didn't at that time yet have the shadow mask tube. So they were putting together these monstrosities of three CRTs, different colors, inside this one here. Actually, it had a nice looking cabinet. This is what was used at some of the demonstrations. RCA put another one together that looked very, very industrial. But in either case, you're looking through a mirror at the top and you're looking down this tunnel. So basically, only one person at a time could look through this thing. Move off the F-axis and you lost it. But I never saw one of these working, but apparently they were good enough. Anyway, that takes us to the shadow mask tubes, and what the RCA tubes were using was the shadow mask. But there were improvements to the shadow mask. The improvements, of course, were the Sony Trinitron. There's much more open area in those. So you could get, these are still, every one of these still had three guns, but the Trinitron had much more transparency. And I'm sorry, no, it wasn't the Trinitron, the RCA inlines. The Trinitron actually opened it up completely, but you think these bars, how are they going to stay fixed to each other? In the larger tubes, there were a couple of very fine wires that would go across and kind of constrain those things so they wouldn't, so vibration wouldn't destroy the purity. Here's a picture of the first 7-inch shadow mask tube. Harold Law was an RCA employee, and this was the very first 7-inch shadow mask tube as a predecessor to the 15 GP22, the color tube. So the color cameras in the 1954s, I put this in, this is the black and white camera, TK31, one that you probably saw here last week, that uses an image orthicon. Here's the RCA TK40, that's the first color camera, 1954. The monster, 350 pounds, and this poor ballerina is probably frightened to death that this camera just might fall on her. So the TK40, there were, I guess, only about 25 of them made. Very quickly, they went to the TK41 because one of the problems with the TK40 is there was no ventilation. And so they put louvers on it and did some upgrade of the electronics. But basically, here's where we are at this point in the early 1950s. The lens turret and the coming through, dividing with the dichroic mirrors into the three tubes. The TK41 has got 3 of these orthicons. And my experience, and I guess your experience with even single orthicon cameras, is that they are really fussy. I find in my camera, all I have to do is pan a little bit, and the picture will go blank because the illumination is a little different, and it'll completely choke. So the fact that people are actually able to make these things work in the studio, I think I have to take my hat off to them because they were doing miracles keeping these cameras going. So anyway, after the orthicon, things got simpler. Vidicons were invented. It's a very different type of tube. The image orthicon is a tube that actually sends a slow beam to the target and then returns it, overcoming a lot of the problems with the old image iconoscopes, which were high energy electrons hitting the target, and their efficiency was very low. That efficiency was overcome by very small energy scanning of the target, but they're very sensitive to all sorts of. They have to be warmed up. The target has to be warmed. These image orthicon cameras have a heater right around the target to heat them up. The Vidicons came along, much easier to work with, but they didn't have the sensitivity or the resolution to begin with. But later on, the Plumbicons, which look like Vidicons, but they're different in that the photocathode in these Plumbicons works on a different principle. And it allows a much better resolution in the image to be scanned. So the cameras at that time went to a combination of image orthicons and Plumbicons. Here's the RCA CK42. This was, I guess, mentioned before. Kevin, you were mentioning this, I think, a few times. CK42 was a 4-tube camera, and it had three Plumbicons and a 4.5-inch image orthicon. These are monster orthicons. But now you've got not only 3 camera tubes that you have to get registered, so you don't have color fringing, and every time you do anything, it looks like the registry. You just turn the camera, and maybe the Earth's magnetic field can actually.
It seems like they're having a lot of registration problems.
But that, well, actually what you've done is you've actually said, this is the real fundamental problem of all these cameras. It's the registration problem. The registration problem I have with several of the Plumbicon cavities, exactly the same thing. And that's the thing that the single tube camera tries to get around. And so you're anticipating me. Anyway, the TK42 was sort of a disaster. One of the problems is that the 3-tube cameras, back in 54 and 60 and in fact early 70s, very few people had color television sets. Everybody was watching on a black and white set, but you were seeing a picture that was being assembled from 3 Plumbicons usually, and the registration wasn't always perfect. And so they were seeing a composite of three Plumbicons, but no color information, and the 3 Plumbicon cameras really didn't give that good a black and white picture. It didn't have the sharpness. There's a 4.5-inch. There's a 4.5 tunes right there. And so so RCA thought that by adding a 4.5-inch orthicon to a 3 Plumbicon camera, they were improving things. They weren't. They've got a camera that's even more complicated and more difficult to keep going. So what to do? Well, okay. We are, in fact, I'm going to show you a couple of the Ikegamis that I have. And these are 3 Plumbicon cameras. These are very high quality ENG cameras from the early 1980s. And what you'll see here is the adjustments right here. These are all the adjustments for registration. Once you get the optical registration about right, then every one of these things gives alignment in X and Y, and also introduces sawtooths and parabolas. And behind each one of these guys right here is an adjustment. And so just imagine tweaking all these guys. You've got the camera looking at a test card, every one of these guys. Here's more adjustments. Most of these are beam adjustments for the 3 Plumbicons. But these things really get completely out of hand in terms of the number of adjustments. Here is the Ikegami 79E camera. And look at this. I mean, it's sort of a little bit neater the way they designed it. But here's all the electrical adjustments up there. And then look at everything else in the processing here inside that camera. These are really amazingly complicated cameras, capable of great images, but sometimes not. Okay.
Is the camera we have downstairs, what what's the camera we have downstairs?
The camera that we have downstairs is a JVC camera. It's a 3-Plumbicon camera, and it's on a very nice Houston Fearless pedestal that we just got last week. Chris?
Yeah, I was going to mention, on that last camera, the board you're showing with the controls, you don't have to show it, but yeah, I got up to counting 87 adjustments by the time we changed slides, and I had not finished.
I mean, these things are pretty amazing. Anyway, let's keep going because we all want to go. And you just, the Earth's magnetic field and just everything. Thermal issues are really, I had to replace one of the Plumbicons in one of those Ikegamis, and I'll tell you, I'm still trying to get the registration exactly right. Okay, anyway, so how do we get a single tube color camera to work? Okay, so how do we do this? Okay, what we can do is put a color stripe filter right in front of the photocathode. Well, it turns out that Plumbicons actually have a fairly thick glass right in the front. So if you put that color stripe filter right in the front, by the time you're through the thickness of the front end of the front glass, you're now far enough away that the color filter, the resolution of stripe filters tends to get lost. So one way to fix that is put your stripe filter somewhat ahead of it, and then focus that stripe filter not on the front glass, but on the back of the glass where the photocathode is. So that's, and then in front of that, of course, is all the rest of your lenses for the image. Okay, so how does this help us? Well, you notice I've got two different colors here. I've got a cyan and I've got a yellow stripe filter. Let's just talk about the cyan filter. Just forget about the yellow stripe filter. Let's talk about that cyan filter. What is cyan? You can also say, because cyan passes green and blue, you can also call it not red. Okay, so that cyan filter is not red. Let's put a green scene into this camera that has these cyan filters. Well, the green will go right through these filters, and we'll just see a normal green picture. But let's say we have a red picture that we're trying to image with these single cyan filters. Okay, the red. Don't forget the cyan is not red. So red will go between the filters, but it won't go through the filters. So what comes out of the video of the camera is going to be a chopped signal, and that frequency of that chopped signal, these filters are close enough together that the rate of chopping of that particular signal is going to be up around 4 megahertz. Okay? Now, we don't have to scan at an exactly linear scan on these cameras. We just can't do that. We don't know where that scanning beam is. Okay? But what we'll get out of this, we're going to get a red signal. Might be a little bit frequency modulated because the scanning beam might be changing its velocity a little bit. But we're getting a red signal within this passband, and the center of that passband is the frequency, the optical frequency of these filters. The amplitude is the amount of red compared to what's going between and not between. So that's basically an amplitude modulation signal which corresponds to the amount of red that's in the image. Okay, let's add another set, because now we want to get another color. Let's add another set of stripes here. So we're going to put the yellow stripes in. In this case, I'm going to tilt those stripes. So now the distance between those stripes, it goes down by what? The square root of the radicals, 2 or whatever it is, because you're tipping these things, say, at 45 degrees. And so the yellow filters are the not blue filters. Okay, so red and yellow and green will go through the yellow filters, but not blue. And so we're going to do the same thing. We're going to get a passband limited signal whose intensity is proportional to the amount of blue and not blue in the image. And again, it doesn't require an exact linearity of the scanning. So we can take those signals, we can filter them out, put everything back together, and develop our color picture. So that's one way a single tube color camera works. Very, very clever, and they do work. Here's a couple more examples right here. You don't have those filters don't have to be at angles with respect to each other. One of them can be a little bit closer spaced than the other, and that's the not blue filter, the yellow. The cyan is the not red filter, produce the same signals. We take those signals out, combine everything together, and make our composite color signal. In fact, there are other variations. You can take stripes or do kind of like this, the same frequency, and you have to use you can look at the phase difference between these two signals with a lot more electronics, and that just gets too complicated to me. Okay, so the Sony DXC 1800 right over here is a camera that doesn't use this technique. It uses another technique, and that other technique is to use a very, very strange and expensive camera tube, and inside this camera tube, you have on the front where the signal, where the light's coming in, you've got your filters, but right behind it, you have electrodes that are actually clear electrodes that are inside, just inside inside the camera that are interdigitated like this, and these electrodes on one line scan are one set of potentials which favor red-green, and then the next line, they all switch and they favor green-blue. And so it takes two lines, after two lines, and one line is delayed in time, and so the previous line is overlaid with the present line, and the color information is extracted. But look at this. It needs a very special tube where you actually have connections right into the target area, okay? And you kind of imagine, you know, when you have a target in the camera, if you change the target potential, it'll change the sensitivity. And that's kind of what's going on in this camera. But there's a lot of electronics that follows through it. I won't go through this, it's too complicated. But the camera that I have over here is actually, if people have played with this camera, and if let me see, okay. Let me see if I've got enough okay. You can see that I've got this camera running. I hope people have played with it. But the first thing you'll notice, first thing you'll notice with this camera, it's got tremendous tails on the bright parts. This is in fact the Vidicon problem. This is one of the problems that the Plumicons more or less solved, but this problem of tails, just like that. It's just that the charges on the target are slow to fade away, to be discharged, and so you get these tails, and that's one of the really fundamental problems with the Vidicon type cameras. Anyway, we're almost done. Say again?
Is it Vidicon or is it a Plumicon?
The question is this a Plumicon or not? Actually, I don't know. It's an RCA tube called a Trinitron, and I don't know what the cathode material is, but judging from the decay characteristics, it looks to me more like a Vidicon than a Plumicon. But I don't know for sure. Anyway, I mentioned there are such things as two-tube color cameras, where one of the tubes will be green and the other two are red and blue, and actually it's a bit of an improvement. And I'm just going to wind up telling you about the ultimate cameras today, and these are sort of the two extreme cameras. The ultimate color cameras. The one on the left is a camera that's just finished being made. It's going to go to the Vera Rubin Observatory, looking at the universe. Every 4 days, we get a completely new shot of the universe. We're looking at what's happening maybe detecting supernova or things like that. But this is a 3,200 megapixel camera. And the thing weighs, I think, about a ton. On the other side is the camera in your cell phone, the Samsung Galaxy camera. And you'll see a few of these little things. You know what those are? Those are ball bearings. This camera lens fits within this holder. The ball bearings allow the lens to go back and forth, and the lens is magnetically suspended, and that's how this thing achieves focus. It actually moves the lens within the camera, ball bearings, and that's how many of your cell phone cameras work. That's it, guys.
Before John leaves and before Tom speaks, I have two very quick announcements. All of you television collectors, what do you need for your collections? You need a satellite truck. So I got a bunch of satellite trucks here from ABC Magnets. Come pick them up. And one other thing, I need another big round of applause because today is John's birthday.
Now, we kind of came to an abrupt stop there. If there is any question for John, you're welcome to ask. Yes, Chris.
Be very straight since the camera's stripes in the picture were typically equal space. But, and please tell me if I get my math and my things wrong. I think of your NTSC color or eye sensitivity, there's that number 59% green, 30% red, and 11% blue. And I forgot that number represents brightness of the CRTs, or what those three numbers come from.
Okay, the question that Chris asked is that the color television system, the NTS system, is 11% blue, 59% green, 30% red. That has nothing to do with this at all. If you take a look at any of these color cameras, what you do is you normalize the output from each one of the three tubes to always be equal. They're always equal. There's a number of reasons for that, because each one of these has to be gamma corrected and a number of other things are going on. And so the combination of red, green, and blue that go together with a NTSC composite signal that's a totally new story, totally different story from the actual signal levels that are coming out of each individual tube. Each tube, the gain, the amplifiers are adjusted so that they're all giving basically 0 to 1 for black-white. Okay, any other questions?
The solid-state camera in Rubin,
Does this?
the pixels in there, the red, blue, green, I don't know how many pixels there are for the different colors, but I assume they have a mask in there and pixels. How is that arranged?
They do not. All these cameras are black and white cameras, and they've got color filters in front of them.
So they're just masking?
They're right. They just put in front of the entire camera their color filters, and in fact, the Rubin camera will probably have half a dozen different color filters, or even more. One of the things they want to do is when they look at, say, another galaxy or a planet they're looking at, they want to actually know what the spectrum is. In other words, can they find hydrocarbons in that spectrum or something like that? So there are going to be a lot of actually very fine filters. And so all the filtering and the color that comes out of these cameras is not due to the sensors, it's due to the filters they're putting in front of the sensors.
I built the...
You built some of those.
I built the James Webb.
Oh, okay. He built the James Webb. Which is an infrared camera, and just amazing. Wow, the fact, I mean, what a great, yes, Kurt.
You've got, because you're splitting into two signals, not R and not B, you lose the wider bandwidth that your eye perceives, I would assume. Is that correct?
Oh yeah, Kurt is saying that since in these cameras we are splitting the red and the blue one off from the green, And that is a good point. As we go back and take a look at what's going on here, take a look at these bandpaths. You can still see here, in this particular case, they're actually limiting the luminance bandpath to about 3 megahertz and then taking what's above it. This other configuration, I think actually, it doesn't show it here, but I think actually some of them will actually get into this area as well.
Yeah, but you can't do that picture with what you were describing, unless I'm missing something.
We can't do this picture because.
You can't do that R/2 sine omega, GT and P/2 sine omega BT, because you can't recombine that unless I'm missing something.
Oh, what we do is the amplitude detect these things. We're not using the signals at that passband.
Oh, okay.
What Kurt is asking, how do we combine all these together? And I guess I wasn't very clear about this. We actually amplitude detect these things, and they'll have a low pass filter, and so the actual bandwidth of this thing, you see this one looks like it's about a 1 megahertz bandwidth. So we'll get about a 1 megahertz bandwidth of red information out of here, and about a 1 megahertz bandwidth of blue information. Those come down to baseband, 1 megahertz bandwidth of red and blue signals. Then they're recombined into the composite.
Okay.
That's how it works.
Just a half megahertz.
You're right. Okay, yeah. Tom says yes. Half a megahertz here and 1 megahertz. Well, that's right. But the blue is always fuzzier than red anyway.
Obviously, what's going on?
Okay. Any other technical questions? David.
There's one type of pickup tube they use. I think it's primarily consumer camera back in the 80s. A Satacom. Is that a version of Vidicon?
Can a Satacom work as a Vidicon? Sure. I mean, a Satacom is better than a Vidicon. What's happened is not only when you went to, the Satacom is a type of Plumbicon. When you went from the Vidicons to the Satacons, the Plumbicons from the Vidicons, the guns were also improved, and they had a finer focus on the photocathode. Chris.
I have one of the VHS camcorder era cameras, Panasonic color camera like a PK956, PK958, something like that. And it has the single tube in it with a stripe array, and it has impurity. On a CRT it would be, impurity, color splotches. Would you suppose that's some distortion of the color?
Okay, Chris is saying that the cameras that work under this striped configuration can have color splotches and such. I wouldn't be at all surprised. I mean, even with a good, 3-chip camera, you can see moire patterns. If you look at a finely detailed shirt, when you get mixing into the subcarrier. And so, of course, no camera's perfect. You're going to see splotches. You're going to see also, whatever. Okay, how are we doing? We want you to get home before the traffic gets too bad.
Probably here is a good point to break off this format. And of course, John and other speakers are around to answer further questions, get into some interesting conversations that you've been holding back on. So
I will say a few other things. If you want to see the mechanical television downstairs working, we've got it on a scan converter, and I'm putting some signals in it for the movie Casablanca, so you can see some nice photographs of faces. Gilles, you have a question.
I have a quick question. On your description of the Sony tubes with alternate lines of sensitivity to red and blue, and the delay line to have one weight for the other. Sounds hopefully like CCAM and looks like you would lose vertical color resolution.
Gilles points out that this camera with the switched sensors on it with a one-line delay will have less vertical resolution of the color because we have a one-line delay. Absolutely right, but so does every other color system. Even NTSC, if you actually analyze it, if I get more technical, I have the 422 or 420 color format, which you have half the resolution in color than you do in the monochrome part, and so on. So the answer is yes, you do lose vertical resolution, but you do in any case anyway.
Okay. Anything else, John, you wanted to announce?
One other thing, we do have a TK-76 out there that we picked up, and there's one more thing. And there's one more thing that I just thought about. Usually at these things I have a few giveaways, and today is not an exception. Not very many of them this time. Today is not an exception. So let's just see what little toys that I brought in for you, this wonderful audience that we have here. And by the way, these are courtesy of Steve Cushman. Steve brought in a few Vidicons. Well, Steve, you gave these Vidicons to me, and I'd like, is it okay with you? Please. I've got 4 of these guys.
We have to take the satellite truck.
Condition unknown. They may or may not be new. They're nice little 2/3 inch Vidicons. And I'm just going to leave them up here. And if you'd like to take home a souvenir, we've got 4 of them right here.
Okay.
And we'd be happy to have you have them.
All right, and don't forget there's some additional free items back on the back table. Some very nice, high-quality video-related test equipment. Probably if you have questions, Gilles might be able to answer it. And that's all free to take home for those of you that have some interest in it. It's not easy to find, so take a look before you go. Anything else? I think otherwise we are finished for the day. Thank you all for coming. It's a great get-together.